Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Season 2 of Late Night League presented by Esports Arena. My name is JC Yeso McDonough. I'm joined by my very good friend Elton X Team Mock, and we're going to be bringing you all of the action here as we kick off Season 2 from Esports Arena, Orange County. We've got a lot of fun ahead of us this week as well as the rest of the season. What are the things you're kind of excited for at the start, XT?
Well, for starts, this is not an April's Fool joke. We're going to get right into some League of Legends action quite soon, JC, and I'm very excited to see all the teams from across the regions, the Western and the Central teams competing in League of Legends and trying to see who's going to be walking away as Season 2 champion here. And what better time to do it in the start of Season 9 of League of Legends in patch 9.6, where we got a bunch of wacky picks coming up, JC, and nonetheless, I'm sure the players are excited to get some of the action started over at the Summoner's Rift, but I don't think we're going there just quite yet.
Yeah, you talk about April Fool's jokes, and this isn't one either. We are going to kick things off, actually, on the Howling Abyss with some ARAM. We are hosting some ARAM tournaments prior to things on Summoner's Rift, so we will start with a little bit of that from the Western region up in Roseville. A couple of teams going at it there, so we will be into the action here very soon, but we promise we do have some Summoner's Rift coming at you very soon.
Yep. Definitely, and Howling Abyss actually a little bit of my specialty now that you think about it, JC. I've played way too many games of that, actually.
Yeah, how many was that?
That was like 2,000 or something.
2,000. I don't think that's enough. I think we can hit 3.
I don't know about that one, but I believe we are going to be heading into game quite soon, JC. And here we are in the Howling Abyss, JC.
Kicking things off, Spokane versus Roseville. Roseville with the 1-0 lead in this best of 3 on Howling Abyss, and should have some fun here. Just checking the champions that we have. We know poke can be extremely prevalent on ARAM, though some recent changes have nerfed that a little bit, so it's not quite as oppressive.
Not just yet. That comes in at 9.7, actually, JC.
I'm a little ahead of time.
And I got you covered on that. The ARAM specialist is in the books, but we are looking at the teams at the moment. If you look at Spokane's composition, they do have a little bit of scaling, a little bit of poke, and basically a little bit of everything, JC. In ARAM, it's all about the push, making sure you're able to push the enemy team under the tower and get those level advantages. Generally, the team that hits level 6 first is going to be finding a way to kind of just get things out of control, win a team fight, and kind of just snowball off there. But as the minions collide, something I really want to do, keep in mind, assassins like the Kazakhs and Kali are going to definitely have to struggle here. You're looking at Malzahar and a Warwick, they're just going to be waiting in the wings to stop you as soon as you try to go in.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very risky for those champions to get into melee range and get out their damage. Certainly a lot of crowd control that can come out and mitigate their impact on the game. But the early push is going to go to Roseville, as you mentioned, trying to get the early pressure and get those level advantages. Pride wants to go in a little bit on the Trundle, going for a trade here with White Horse on the Kazakhs. Nothing too crazy at the start, just taking a bite out of the bug there and going to retreat back to the safety of his team.
Yep. Ooh.
There is a Cocoon from the Elise on sleep mode, taking a little damage as he retreats, but nothing too bad there. And you talk about the poke still being prevalent, then the Kog'Maw is going to feel really good here for Judge Reinhold. He will, especially once he gets to level 6, has great poke damage and can really just poke away at the back line here of Spokane and kind of really make them worry as you don't get to back, you don't get to heal, and he can really wear his way through those health bars.
Yeah, definitely. And an interesting point to really note here is that Roseville actually not going to be going with a scaling composition here. They're just going to be looking for the poke with the Kog'Maw. You already see he has the tier and the Monocrystal. Not going to be exactly doing as much damage as he'd like just yet, but he's going to be starting things off with an Archangel Staff, I'm sure, in the first back. But a lot of AP champions do generally like to start with the Lost Chapter. Gives you a lot of cooldown, 10% I do believe, some AP, and also some mana regen. So it's kind of gets you everything off the book for 1,300 gold, just enough for you to afford that and 2 pots. So kind of gets the job done. Really interesting item choice, getting the Catalyst from the Malzahar here, but right now it looks like Spokane going to be able to get the push here and there. But an interesting point I do want to meet on sleep mode on that Elise has been doing quite a good job so far, has landed a lot of cocoons, and I'm sure that's going to come in handy the later the game we go, as both teams now almost going to be hitting level 6.
Yeah, the picks from Roseville will be important. You mentioned the cocoons from on sleep mode, as well as the charge from the Kled. Angelmon there is going to try and set a lot of things up, and that is probably the recipe for success if you're trying to get those assassins access to priority targets on Spokane.
Right.
If you could get a good engage from the Kled, then Almacon as well as Whitehorse on the Kazakhs can do some work, as Pride again wants to step forward,
Ooh,
getting some good damage. Good cocoon on the Swift Dragon, has to back away. He's pretty low on the Tristana, has to be wary. There's the Kazakhs jumping in. That's going to be first blood for the Kazakhs, going aggressive. Still wants more, getting some more damage.
Whoa.
There's the cocoon on sleep mode going in. Flash away from Swift Dragon, has to rocket jump out. Oh, that's the snowball to follow. Whitehorse, too aggressive though, and Pride will take him down.
Oh my lord, you have to pay attention to at least all that fight, but it's not over just yet, JC.
Yeah, Almacon has to get away, but that's level 6 for the Kaisa and a kill for Gluttony. Has to flash away, but gets the double. Looking for the triple. That's going to be it. The triple kill, not the triple though. Pride is able to grab that last one, but still, Spokane coming out firing 4-1 in that extended fight.
Yeah, and something I really have to keep in mind there, it's looked really good for Roseville at first. They landed the primary cocoon on the Swift Dragon like twice, but couldn't burst him down. And the Kaisa from Gluttony just coming on in, picking up a lot of cleanup kills with the help of Pride on that Trundle, just having a lot of crowd control. Yeah, you can go really, really hard if you're looking at the side of Roseville, but leaving that disengaging, going to be a lot of trouble there, especially when you only have the go button for your team. But now both teams going to be looking at level 6, and Roseville able to get a couple of items back, but not a lot of damage so far for them.
Yeah, Pride going to get pulled in by the bear trap on a rope. Dark Azerael has to flash away, but that's still going to be the kill for Whitehorse there. A second kill for Roseville as they want to get some blood back for that fight that they lost earlier. And you talk about trying to disengage. It's that much more difficult when you're going against a Trundle. There's not a lot of space here as Whitehorse goes in once more and grabs his third kill for Roseville.
I'm starting to see a game plan here from Roseville, JCS. It really feels like what they're just trying to do, poke out with the Kog'Maw, and whenever either Almacon and Whitehorse find an opportunity to set,
two low health targets there. Got to be careful. The Malzahar less than 50 health after that.
Doesn't get the smite. So close, but yes, so far, JC. But hey, Ram, it's all about the poke putt.
Whitehorse back in. He's going for the double. Isn't able to get the second, but still takes down the Malzahar. Now Drudge Reinhold with no mana trying to run away. The bear trap on a rope will give him a little space, but here comes the Warwick. Ult on to the Akali, and down he goes. Pride will fall. Judge Reinhold gets a kill, but he will fall soon after. But the passive may give him some health, gets some damage back. Roseville looking to take the fight. It's 2 for 2, trying to take down Dark Azerael, but he's going to munch down on the bug. Angelmon, the only one left. He is going to drop soon enough. Scarl will not save his life. The double kill for the Warwick, and Spokane with another fight.
Oh man, the Warwick going to be starting things off. The Infinite Duress to set up the Kaisa. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to get items just yet. Is able to get an IE and a pickaxe to boot. But the biggest thing there was that there was no ranged damage coming out from Roseville because the Kog'Maw was already down, and unfortunately because of that, Trundle was just able to provide so much pressure for Swift Dragon so he could just auto-attack freely, and he does have that IE. That is still a really good power spike, but look at this.
Yeah, those pillars are so hard to deal with. There's not that much space here on Howling Abyss, and that means if you get caught by one of those, you're going to get a hard time escaping from Spokane here. The push coming back again for Roseville as they're just trying to stay in this game. The gold lead, not excessive, about 700 gold for Spokane, but if they keep winning fights like they have the last two, things could get out of hand very quickly.
Yeah, and the point here I do want to make here, JC, you talked about the gold. I, for one, will have to say that in gold and ARAM doesn't really matter since you're not able to use it constantly, right? You have to reset in order to spend that gold. What really matters in the end is that EXP advantage, being able to have a level over your opponents to get stronger via the base damages and whatnot. And I feel like so far both these teams are just tying a little bit here and there. It's going to be really interesting to see on how that all goes.
Yeah, a little just my standard Summoner's Rift thought process coming through, but that is going to be the Warwick. Ult on sleep mode is down, and here we come. Whitehorse has to jump away, trying to escape from Pride, but the Trundle's trying to chase him down. Meanwhile, the Akali doing a lot of work. That's a lot of low health bars for Spokane. Can Roseville turn this around? They won't there. Pride going to grab another kill as the ult from the Tristana is able to knock away Almacon. Now Pride still confident here. Gluttony taking a lot of damage, but Judge Reinhold's
What
in
are you
trouble.
doing?
Can he survive? He won't. Swift Dragon coming through. Whitehorse looking for another, but that's 2 for the Tristana, 1 for the Kaisa, and Spokane comes out on top again.
Something I really do have to point out there, unfortunately, Judge Reinhold on Ikogma was just in a terrible position, just completely not guarded at all, unfortunately taken down. He's the only ranged threat on Roseville at the moment, and now Spokane going to take full advantage of it. Gluttony, unfortunately, not waiting for the reset. Going to get taken down there. He's on sleep mode, gets the snowball, but a really important thing I do want to know here, JC, is that we do see the Rod of Ages being built by Malzahar, and Rod of Ages, along with the Archangel Staff, are very, very powerful. Scaling is kind of out of control in ARAM as it is increased, as the time taken to get those stacks is reduced, meaning that you get those power spikes a lot faster than usual. And some of the strategy that I do like to get is the row with the Warmogs, because you immediately get that 3k in about, like, what, 12 minutes if you build those both items. It gives you the sustain and damage, and it's quite handy, especially in a poke-oriented meta in ARAM.
Yeah, and we also see just heavy AP builds for a lot of champions here. You notice the tier on the Kog'Maw to start the game. He's going full AP, looking heavily for that poke. But Judge Reinhold, as you mentioned at the end of that last fight, has not been able to create enough space and stay far enough away. Has been a little too close to those fights. You can't really frontline as a Kog'Maw, especially if you don't have a Juggernaut composition, which is obviously difficult to build in ARAM here. So Judge Reinhold really going to have to focus on his positioning. But another good Cocoon is going to set up a kill on the Malzahar. But here comes Spokane. They're not going to go down easy. But here come the kills for Judge Reinhold. He's finally got the space he needs. He's got a double, looking for a triple. Bio Arcane Barrage doing a lot of damage. Swift Dragon will get a kill, but White Horse is going to take down Gluttony. A double kill for the Kazakhs. He will fall, but that's a fight for Roseville.
Yep, and Roseville need to do just that if they want to keep on the pressure. They need to make sure Judge Reinhold is at a pretty comfortable position, you know, and although he doesn't really have much damage yet, he still is holding to the tier and only has Magic Pen, which, by the way, has been nerfed a couple patches ago, actually, in Season 9. Something to really notice here is that the position for the Kog'Maw is going to be extremely important, especially when you get a 4-man stack here on the side of Roseville to start things off on sleep mode, taking down a crucial target. Thrill kill God on that Malzahar. Because of that, Judge Reinhold basically able to kind of just be safe as possible with his little assassin buddies to Kled, the Kazakhs, and Kali, all that will help protect him. While you look at Spokane, they are scaling composition, and it's going to take a little bit for them to really come online.
Yeah, you are by no means safe just taking down one member of Spokane, but when you don't have that Malzahar ult available, it makes it a lot easier for Roseville to feel safe. Judge Reinhold to just free fire. Oh, Whitehorse wants to go in again, but he does have the bomb from...
What?
Oh, wow, flashing on top of Whitehorse. Okay, here comes Spokane. Do they want to go back in? The poke from Whitehorse is going to come out to try and discourage any further aggression, but Dark Azero may want to go back in. Oh, we have a disconnect. That's going to be a feels bad for Spokane, but here comes the Warwick. He's going to ult in and just get collapsed on by Roseville, sacrificing himself for nothing as Roseville continues to aggressively push here, looking for their second tower.
Not a lot of things going right here for Spokane. Unfortunately, the disconnect is going to hurt, but something I do want to kind of bring up. Throw kill God. Unfortunate leather grass for him. Commits to it, but realizes he's in a really bad spot and immediately cancels it to get in a safe position. Sometimes you might want to fully commit to that skill so that you know you're able to secure a target, especially if you want to take down that Kog'Maw as soon as possible. With the reconnect here from Trundle, Roseville.
Oh, here comes Whitehorse. That's one, going for two. That's the double kill for the Kazakhs. Dark Azero going to try and turn it back. Gets the shut down there onto Whitehorse. Going to try and chase them off. Roseville continuing to throw poke at the Warwick, but he's standing strong. Cocoon will land, but there's not a lot of follow-up. Judge Reinhold has to be careful here. He's pretty low, but the ultimate is not available for the Warwick, so he has a little bit of safety here for a couple more seconds until that cooldown is up. They continue to pressure, clear out some minion waves, and they want this second tower. You talk about the push pressure as well as the experience advantage, and it's starting to show a little bit here. Judge Reinhold has hit level 13. Only the Warwick level 13 on the side of Spokane as Pride going in. Has to back away, though, as he gets hit by the bear trap on a rope, and the heal come through for Roseville.
Yeah, and the biggest thing here,
Oh, Cocoon won't stop the Warwick there. He's going to get in onto Almacron and grab the kill. Now Whitehorse trying to do some work, but there's the Kaisa getting the double, looking for the triple kill. Now maybe the quadra, and Spokane punches back the shutdown for Pride under Judge Reinhold.
Yep, that's what Spokane just needed. They need to punish the fact that Roseville has been able to reset and Spokane has been able to take full advantage of the gold. We do want to look at the item builds now. Judge Reinhold has not only the Archangel Staff, but has gotten a little bit of utility, getting that Rally's Crystal Scepter here, trying to see if we can get that self-peel, because you got to understand, Roseville doesn't exactly have the best peel or disengage, like I said earlier, JC. The focus here for Spokane is that they need to take down this the Kog'Maw. Void Champion, same stuff, but looks like we might see another fight.
Yeah, a little bush camp here. Almacron trying to get onto the back line. Here comes Whitehorse, takes down one marksman, looking for the second, and that's two. Judge Reinhold able to flash away the Nethergrass, won't finish him off. Now they're collapsing onto Pride. The damage from the Kog'Maw is way too much, and the Warwick, the only one left. He won't be able to get a kill in return. That's the ace clean coming out from Roseville.
And Roseville once again taking advantage of the fact that right now they have a carry with the Kog'Maw doing a lot of AoE damage and able to kind of capitalize. He has completed Archangel Staff, now upgraded to a Seraph Embrace. He also has a little bit of self-peeling now, although I would have preferred a little bit more damage on his belt. But you have to take down that Kog'Maw, and Spokane doesn't really have a ton of ways to get to him. It really all comes down to Dark Azrael trying to see if he can get the Infinite Duress on a priority target for the Kaisa follow-up, the Gluttony, to kind of just follow up, but look at this.
Sweet Dragon wants some. Almacron is going to hit the Zhonya's to buy a little bit of time. The Cocoon is not enough to save him, though, and that's the kill to the Tristana. Here comes Spokane. They want more of the double kill for the Tristana. Can they get to Reinhold? Oh, Kaisa. Gluttony, does he want to go in? It's risky, but he is going to turn around. Reinhold able to get the kill on the Tristana, but he's trapped by the pillar.
No.
Can he escape? He won't. That's the kill for Thrill Kill. God, and Spokane, again, stay in this game. Something we're going to see a lot in ARAMs. You talk about the ability to reset, and when you can't, we just see these huge swings in these fights going back and forth.
Right, and an important thing in ARAM is to really make sure you time your backs here and there, but Judge Reinhold unfortunately got a little bit greedy there and walked up a little bit too far for an engagement. Oh, wait, huh?
Angelmon forced off of Skarl there. Kled forced off of the Skarl, and Azrael has to back away, but here comes the Kha'Zix, jumps in, but is silenced, so doesn't go any further on that aggression.
Really interesting interaction there with the Malzahar and Nethergrass. Taking out the Skarl, but the Kled's still able to walk around wherever he pleases, so you don't really see that any day, but I think Angelmon able to kind of just live a little bit of trim, but
oh, here comes Pride. He's going to get caught by the Coon. Can't flash away quick enough. That's a kill for Whitehorse, but he will drop as he jumps away. The kill to Swift Dragon. Dark Azrael up in the front line, but he's going to drop to the Kled. Here comes Roseville. They've got 4 versus 3, but Angelmon is low. He will be able to remount Skarl soon, which gets a big portion of that health pool back, but on sleep mode's pretty low. Judge Reinhold again frontlining here. Has to be careful. Gluttony sitting in the brush. Ults in, going for the kill, but it does get Cocoon, but still able to take down the Kaisa. Looking for more. That's the double. There's the triple. The quadra for the Kaisa, and here comes Spokane.
Spokane biting back hard. Gluttony able to get the quadra kill with the Kaisa. Gets a little bit of the master emote there too. The cleanse. So important for Gluttony. Able to get away from that Cocoon, almost in a bad spot in the middle of 4 members, but able to turn it all around thanks to the fact she has items all built up, getting the AoE damage from the Runon's Hurricane, and now Spokane looking to close this one out.
They're taking down the Nexus Towers. One is down. Oh, here come the respawn timers. This is risky, but the Nethergrasp onto the Kha'Zix. He's going to fall. They're focusing the champions now. They haven't taken down the Nexus yet. It's close. That's it. Spokane will tie up this best of 3 at 1.
ARAM once again proving why, in my opinion, it is the superior mode in League of Legends. A lot of team fighting,
Change it up, right? World Championship needs to be all ARAM.
But Spokane really showing why they got the luck of the draw there, being able to utilize their double scaling ADC composition there, GC. We had a lot of action there and a lot of fun to have too. Roseville, though, not going to be able to close things out just yet, as Spokane was able to pick up a win there as we go back onto the studio at Orange County, JC, and what a game we had in the Murder Bridge.
I honestly think that was a great way to kick off the action here for Season 2. Certainly a lot of fun. Just going back and forth action, tons of fights, so really couldn't ask for a more exciting way to kick things off. Obviously, I know a lot of people are here for the Summoner's Rift, and I promise you we will get to that eventually, but we've still got plenty of action here on the Howling Abyss. We will have one more game between Spokane and Roseville to decide that best of 3 in the ARAM tournament. But hope you guys are enjoying this so far. You talk about the double 80 carry composition, and that was a very risky call there from Gluttony, because if that goes south, you could almost see Roseville pushing through and doing exactly what Spokane did.
Yep, and those are the risks you got to take when you are on the Howling Abyss. And Spokane kind of being able to kind of just win that game off the back of Gluttony with that game-winning quadra kill right there. If it was for that cleanse, I think it would have been Roseville looking at that 2-0, but unfortunately, in my opinion, it feels like a little bit of RNG there, unfortunately. Roseville didn't really have a lot to work with, if you really think about it. You know, the Kog'Maw not really being able to have that peel he desperately so wants. Has to play a little bit defensively, has to go AP, is forced to build a little bit more utility, as opposed for that damage you want with, you know, the Oblivion Orb into Merlin Nomcon Rush with something like maybe, you know, the Void Staff to boot for a little bit of that tanky burn. But, fortunately, you know, you look at Spokane, they gotta feel really happy because they have a lot of ways to get not only to the the Kog'Maw, but also take down the rest of Roseville there. So once again, ARAM kind of just proving itself. Why? Kind of a little bit of a coin flip at times.
Certainly a coin flip, because it really feels like Roseville was not playing to their win conditions early. Obviously, they've got a little bit of the scaling with the Kog'Maw. You want him to get to level 6, get a couple of items under his belt, but those early fights weren't played out as well. Judge Reinhold a little too far forward, and it felt like they kept Spokane in the game too long early, to where even when they got behind in a couple of fights in, you know, the quote-unquote mid-game by ARAM standards, it wasn't enough to kick that game fully into Roseville's hands, and it just felt like Spokane was just biding their time. They knew that they had just to get a couple of items. They get 3 on the Kaisa, the Tristana, and you talk about that AoE damage. They finally hit that break point to where they were just huge threats to everybody on the map. Yeah,
definitely, and a huge threat is what Spokane has gone, because if it wasn't for that, I would say that Tristana definitely having to have a little bit of praise there too. Pride being able to set up a lot of those kills with the Toronto, always constantly being able to start things off with the Pillar of Ice and just kind of getting his way into the middle of the Roseville team there. Just being able to interrupt everyone trying to go for the ADCs played a huge part in making sure both the Tristana and the Kaisa were able to kind of just get into the middle of the get into the middle of Roseville at the end there and just completely tear them apart. But we do have some replays, I believe, coming up soon, and JC, they should be a lot of fun, especially on the Summoner's Rift.
Yeah.
Murder Bridge.
Yeah. Should be interesting to look back at some of the key moments of this game, and you talk about the Trundle there. The Pillar is already so disruptive as we get into our first replay here. This was first blood that actually went to Whitehorse. The aggression here, Swift Dragon had to back away, did get caught by that cocoon, and Whitehorse, we see here the aggression that we saw from him all game, jumping right in and grabbing first blood.
Yeah, something you really have to keep in mind is that on sleep mode, you can't sleep on this guy. Has been able to be really precise with the cocoons here, but over here, just Gluttony and Dark Israel and Swift Dragon. We're showing why Swift Dragon has to be kind of the little bit of the sleeper MVP here, as he's just constantly able to get, you know, in a good range to do as much damage as Dark Israel, actually being really tanky on this on this Warwick with like little to no items here.
Yeah, the Trundle and the Warwick were very disruptive in these fights, and able to just build enough space between the marksmen of their team in the lineup of Roseville to allow them to do that work. We got a few low health bars here behind the tower, and let me see. Whitehorse probably going to want to go in here. Gluttony going aggressive on a Judge Reinhold, and this goes south really fast, as again, the Kog'Maw way too far forward. Whitehorse still goes to work, but it's not enough, as they are just able to collapse and get a few more kills there. Get 4.
It just really seems like over here, Spokane, they had a lot of low health bars, and Roseville kind of just constantly got baited up here. But on sleep mode, once again, it's a 1-for-1 trade to start things off, but Spokane got to keep in mind the Mazhar isn't the primary damage dealer. It's both Swift Dragon and Gluttony looking to just tear things apart. But over here, Judge Reinhold, the one-man arm here, just constantly able to provide damage with his poke. And Whitehorse able to clean that all up on that Kha'Zix. Something really prominent we did see all that game JC, was Whitehorse just kind of looking for those opportunities to get those cleanup kills. But in the end, I think Spokane were just able to bite back here and there. We do have one more play here. Roseville being able to once again get a crucial cocoon to start things off, and an unfortunate BC, and a little bit of disconnect here coming from Spokane to kind of just kick things off.
Yeah, a little disconnect in the comms there as well as Warwick goes in aggressively with the ultimate, just gets collapsed on, no support from the team, but Spokane kind of hung in there. Thrill Kill God, taking a lot of poke here from Judge Reinhold, and that was something he had to deal with throughout the game. But again, you get Gluttony and Swift Dragon coming back. He feels pretty good here, but Whitehorse, gosh, so aggressive on the Cossacks. Really what you have to do, though, you talked about in the early game these assassins having a hard time having to get into melee range, but I think Whitehorse did exactly what you're supposed to do there. He just took every opportunity that he had to get in and get some kills, and it really kept Roseville in the game. I feel like if he didn't go off the way he did, Judge Reinhold would have never quite gotten going, and this would have been a lot more lopsided in Spokane's favor.
Well, over here right now, this is the game-winning play, I do believe. Gluttony just being able to kind of just shut everyone down from Roseville. Roseville, unfortunately, we're not able to get the reset that we're looking for. This is the infinite duress that just triggers everything off. Just take a close look at Gluttony here. He is constantly just positioning back and forth, trying to kite his way back and forth, trying to make sure he's safe and whatnot. And this is the first of many team fights, or sorry, the final team fight that kind of just close things out there. Is Gluttony just able to just, you know, constantly be able to do things by form. And a little bit of desperation here from Roseville, I believe, for the last fight here. Once again, Gluttony being able to pop up. Look at his positioning here, though. Just thank goodness for that Trumbo being able to body block there. Whitehorse, you do see, once again, JC in the backline just being able to just assassinate everyone. And Roseville, I think they have a small glimmer of hope here with Judge Reinhold being relatively healthy, but the biggest thing I had to criticize here is the item buys from Judge Reinhold, unfortunately not having any damage, more to utility.
Yeah, going with the heavy utility build. Had some poke, but it just took too much time to get that damage out when you're playing on that AP build. You're just having to wait for each one of the Bioarcane barrage.
Oh, yeah, this is it. Yep.
At the 15-minute mark. And it also felt like Almacon, hard to do on the Akali, because it really never felt like he was quite in the position that Whitehorse was on the Cossacks to be a threat in this game, and it just kind of felt like Almacon kept trying to force it, wasn't quite able to find the right fight for himself on the Akali, and never quite got going in this game. Judge Reinhold running for his life on the Kog'Maw, but you're not going to escape when you've got a pillar right in your face from Pride.
Yep, it's a lot of back and forth actions for Spokane or Roseville, and in the end, Spokane able to turn around. I believe this is the game-winning fight here. You see how low everyone is. Look at Gluttony. He gets Cocoon, but has to cleanse. Thank goodness for him. Able to clean everyone up. The one-man army to end it all here, as Roseville, unfortunately, not able to get that reset in time, and just get taken down by Gluttony to close out the game here. And once again, in the ARAM, you get punished by the Death Timers here. This is the game-winning push here as they take down the Nexus turrets in the end. And Whitehorse trying to see if he could do anything, but in the end, not going to give up the Penna and just kind of let Spokane push it in. But both teams, though, they do have one more game they have to play if they want to come out on top here. And honestly, it was a pretty straightforward game. Nothing really too out of the ordinary besides some interesting item choices. But another thing I do want to look at, the Akali actually building a Sunfire Cape. I think that was really surprising. I'm really surprised I didn't really catch that out earlier. But so much action happening on the Murder Bridge in the end there, JC. And in the end, Roseville not going to be able to secure that one. It's going to be Spokane tying up the series here.
Yeah, 1-1 for these teams, and we do have the final game of that best of three coming to you guys very soon before we kick over to Summoner's Rift and start off the action here for the 5v5 Summoner's Rift tournament here for Season 2. But hope you guys enjoyed that first game here. I certainly had a blast, a lot of action there, a lot of fights, and a lot of aggression, I guess is just the best way to describe that game.
Yep. And we are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break to kind of just reset the lobby and get things started off, but don't go anywhere, as we are going to be right back here in Orange County in Esports Arena to continue to give you guys some coverage of what's happening around in League of Legends for Late Night League. Stay tuned.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. April Fools, we're not going to Game 3 of the ARAM match between Spokane and Roseville. We had one hiding in there for you for a little bit, but we actually are on to Summoner's Rift here for our first game here of Season 2, Asian Imports up against Unlucky Dreamers, and we are on to the Rift to kick off this game. And let's talk a little bit here about Champion Select. You can see that on your screen as we may see a little here action at level 1, but I'm going to throw it over to you, XT. Give me your just initial thoughts on this draft.
Yep, you got it. And the first thing I really do want to pick out here is the jungle matchup. The Volibear against the Udyr. It's kind of like the Trick 2G specials for both these champions. The Volibear definitely going to have a lot of pressure, especially as his primary goal as a champion is kind of just to have a little bit of early game pressure, a little bit of a healthy clear, and just kind of scale into more of an engaged tank. But he is a very linear champion, but very easy to play with and also against. So do you see, though, both teams kind of just going all in on the engage? So there's nothing really to stop Bear King on this Volibear from, getting peeled off. As you look at Pan the Man, this Udyr, definitely going to be looking at the Phoenix start, I do believe, as he does have the Hunter's Talisman as opposed to Hunter's Machete, so we won't be seeing the Tiger stance as an early clear and whatnot. But his primary goal, once again, is to provide that early game pressure, and he is flexible. He can't go for that full farm clear. He can also go for that full pressure to get ganks on lanes that may not have a lot of mobility. Definitely going to be looking at the top and mid side if you're the Udyr here. But he is going to excel in dueling. However, he is going to get peeled and poked off if he's not careful, especially with the Nami and Volibear here. As we already do see, he is going to be going for the early Scuttle Crab, while the Volibear just going to be going for Golems.
Now, you talk about the jungle matchup here, and as we kind of see this game going later, I see a lot of team fights here, and we'll get, obviously, some split push, as you will always get with the Yorick. But the interesting thing is Udyr, who's not necessarily a stellar team fighting champion, his job's going to be a lot more difficult with all of the crowd control coming from Asian Imports here. He's going to have to deal with the ultimate coming out from Spiky's Nami. Right. You're going to have to run around a wall and more from more shoes on the Anivia, plus Wacky Strawberry, if he's there in the fight, can buy some space for his carries as well. So Pan the Man isn't going to have an easy time getting to the priority targets and getting some bear stance on them in the team fights.
Yeah, and something interesting I do want to point out, if you saw on your mini-map earlier, we had the Udyr go for an invade and actually successfully steal the blue buff of Bear King there. But Bear King, though, not going to be able to check that. He's cleared the whole entire bottom side of the map instead of going for a cross-map clear, and he actually may be meeting up with this Udyr quite soon.
Yeah, the smite is actually going to go over to Pan the Man. The early smite for Bear King for the health will actually lose him the Scuttle Crab. Oh, no, he actually got it there. Okay, so no smite coming through for Pan the Man. May not have been up. He's actually able to bite that and finish it
Bear
off.
King,
So
though,
luckily able to get some more gold there. He's going to go for the invade. He didn't get his blue buff, but he's looking for Pan the Man's here. Good damage from Bear King, and he's still got the passive. So Pan the Man does not want to do anything here against Bear King, but here comes some help. Good bubble from Spiky. Pan the Man's in trouble.
Red buff.
Now good stun there. First blood
going
to go to the Ezreal. Good turnaround there for Unlucky Dreamers. Spiky over the wall. Is he going to be able to finish off Dogman? Is kind of stuck very far forward in Unlucky Dreamers territory. Here comes the Udyr coming back. This is going to be risky. Careful. Spiky going to get caught, though. That's the kill to the Silas. Danny T getting his first, and that's a 2-0 trade for Unlucky Dreamers.
Yeah, Spiky, unfortunately, a little aggressive with her positioning there, causing him to get caught out. But Bear King almost win the trade. You have to keep in mind, he was able to kind of get the early pressed attack off that did scare off Panda Man a little bit. He did not have Turtle Stance to help sustain him throughout the fight, so he is going to get stunned up. He is going to get, he does stun Bear King. He is able to flash and also get the smite to prevent the burn coming down from the red buff, and in the end, Panda Man able to walk away with assist under his belt, and the rest of his team able to collapse on to the invade there from Bear King and also get 2 kills for themselves. And that's why you have to be really careful of your invades there. The biggest thing you have to keep in mind was that the lane priority, although it went over to both Komodo and Spiky, Kane and Dogame was able to respond here, but as we do see a trade in the bot line.
Ooh, Kane wants more. Is able to force out the heal from Kenazito there. Backing away on the Sivir, so good on the Ezreal to get that Summoner spell out. Pretty low on mana, so we won't see too much aggression coming from the Ezreal until he's able to get some of that back, but still forcing out that summoner spell trade evens things out between the AD carries as both still have flash available. But I like the aggression for Kane there. Feeling confident, 1-0-1 to start this game in the first 5 minutes.
And if you look at Ancient Imports, you still got to keep in mind that their priority is not going to be on that 5-on-5 team fighting like Unlucky Dreamers have. It's more or less going to be on Wacky Strawberry, on this Yorick, looking to split push. While the bottom side of the map, you look for Ancient Imports. You got the Anivia, and you got the Sivir to both constantly siege and also provide a lot of wave clear to prevent the siege from Unlucky Dreamers.
So one thing to note here as well with the first Drake spawning is going to be the Ocean Drake. So that means with these pushing lanes in mid and bot, Unlucky Dreamers well set up to go for that early Drake. Dogmane not going to get the engage there onto Spiky as the bubble did land onto Kane.
Yeah, and something you also want to keep in mind, if we do pan over to the Udyr eventually, I hope, he is starting off getting getting that Ocean Drake, but we do see the response. Volibear maybe looking for the gank in the bottom side, but not able to get it as mid lane. We do see a trade from Conquer Silas.
Yeah, Danny T's got to be careful there. He isn't level 6, has to flash away from more shoes there. So good turnaround from the Anivia as the early aggression from Danny T. And that is the Ocean Drake secured. The start there from Pan the Man, able to solo it out, and no contest there from Bear King. Needs an early Ocean Drake and some good sustain for Unlucky Dreamers.
Pretty unfortunate from Bear King. He was so close to checking and stopping that Ocean Drake, but unfortunately no vision onto the side of Unlucky Dreamers' side of the field. And also the fact that the bottom lane for Unlucky Dreamers was able to provide a lot of pressure did just mean that Bear King did not want to risk crossing the river again and potentially getting collapsed on by the rest of Unlucky Dreamers, as they are already behind. So he was playing it safe, and unfortunately Panda Man takes full advantage of that. And something I also do want to take note of is that Danny T has opted to take the Conquer as opposed to something a little bit safer, Might the Grass to Undying. And that will mean he is going to be looking for get that split push damage to kind of contest, maybe with this Yorick, and also trade a lot better in the mid lane, but that will mean he's not going to get that tankiness most Silas's opt to kind of have over in the mid lane, as he is a melee champion and he doesn't exactly have the best stats to survive very long in those fights. It all really just comes down to his items, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be looking for AP.
We'll see how that works out for Danny T. We'll make sure to track that throughout the game.
Pan the Man, look at that. He's once again going for an invade.
Aggressive here. Pan the Man feeling confident with control across the map. Bear King is on his way to his blue buff, so we might see if the junglers meet up here soon. But Pan the Man going to walk away scot-free, grabs the blue buff there and just walks out. He's feeling pretty good here. Great start for the Udyr. 1 assist to his name. Was able to escape the early aggression from Bear King. So seems like that has only emboldened the Udyr.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate if you're on the side of Bear King. And I think the biggest weakness I would say from Volibear is that he has good single target clear. But in terms for those big camps, it takes a while for him. He's not exactly the farming jungler. He's the kind of jungler that's looking to provide pressure all over the map. While Panda Man can do a little bit of everything, kind of the jack of all trades, good at a lot of things, but not great at any. I would say, you know, the Udyr can farm, can invade, can trade, and do all these things, and his versatility, it allows him to punish Bear King if he's not keeping track of this Udyr. Unfortunately, going to be losing his blue buff once again, and that would actually hurt Man Shoes, or More Shoes, sorry, in the mid lane on this Anivia more than this Volibear, simply due to that this Anivia needs the mana to constantly wave clear, especially since she is level 8.
Kane still going to get caught by the bubble there as the Arcane shifts away, but is able to get back to the safety of his support. And back up to the top lane, Wacky Strawberry actually surprises he. Depth of Courage is holding on really well in this lane, has kept CS close so far, and Wacky Strawberry has not been able to get off to too big of a start on the Yorick.
Yeah, the Yorick, I would say, it takes a little bit of time for him to kind of just start getting going. As soon as he hits level 6, most Yorick players, what they tend to do, they get the Maiden, the ultimate from Yorick in the lane, start pushing, and because of that, they're able to get that safe back, get the items and get back into the lane unscathed, and also having lane control due to just the Maiden of of the Shadow Isles being able to kind of just soak up a lot of damage, be very tanky and do a lot of damage and push away, but look at this bot lane.
Bear King is going to get stunned. There's the wave to zone off Connect. So this is a 2v3 for now, as Spiky is actually just buying the Ezreal's time. Pan the Man trying to get some damage onto Bear King. Here comes the roam from Moore. Shoes Dogman forced to flash away, but it isn't going to be enough to kill the Bear King. Down goes Pan the Man, and that's a 2-for-0 trade in favor of Asian Imports.
Oh my lord, I don't think Unlucky Dreamers should have went through that fight just yet. Asian Imports, it doesn't seem like it, but they are going to be able to scale a little bit off stats here a little better, especially with the Volibear being able to have not only the challenging spine, but also the... Oh, you didn't even use the Thunderclaws. It was just, you know, more or less Asian Imports being able to catch out both Pan the Man and Dogman from that, and they're able to kind of just tie up the scores now 2-2, but they are still behind in goal, and that does definitely have to keep it... That does definitely come from mainly Pan the Man, as he is able to get a lot of jungle control, but now it looks like Asian Imports are looking to catch up, as they are only 1k down.
I have to say, too, credit to Spiky there, recognizing that the response from Kane to roam up to river there was late. There was so much space between himself and the Leona that Spiky was just able to ult down towards bot lane. It kept Kane kind of corralled towards the bottom side of the map and gave them the numbers advantage in the fight. Suddenly, Dogman and Pan the Man were way too deep without the damage to back it up. And that fight goes in favor of Asian Imports. It ties up the kills. The gold lead is still in favor of Unlucky Dreamers by about 1,500, but Asian Imports is not going away quietly as, oh man, the cools from Wacky Strawberry, though. The trade going back towards Depth of Courage. The Maiden is there. This could be trouble for Depth of Courage. Has to walk away, looking for the knock-up. Oh, does he go in? He seems scared. He knows that it's very risky if he goes for the Yorick there, so just trading damage back and forth top lane.
And that's what makes Yorick so strong, being able to have that ultimate to get you the extra damage bot lane. We might see him fight.
Oh, there's the flash flip. Pan the Man's in trouble. He's going to go down. Bear King going to grab his second kill there. And again, Pan the Man, that over-aggression invading. He's stepping up now to take the Ocean Drake. Thinks he's safe to do it. Not so much anymore, as Asian Imports is feeling confident. They're getting some more vision around the map to respond to the Udyr.
And the thing about Asian Imports is that the better the bottom side of the map plays for Asian Imports, the better it's going to be for Wacky Strawberry, even if he doesn't have his items just yet, but a bot lane skirmish.
Yeah, ults coming out from both supports, a lot of damage. Oh, the true shot barrage from Kane just takes down Spiky. The flash forced out from the Sivir as Kenazito survives, but a good kill there for the Unlucky Dreamers bottom lane.
Yep, and that Unlucky Dreamers is what they want to get in the end, being able to outfight in the bottom lane against the passive lane of Sivir. Nami here is Dogame may be in trouble.
Yeah, Bear King here again. Doesn't have the Thunderclaw, so a little less damage coming from the Volibear. He munches down a Dogman, but the stun, is that going to be enough? He's trying to chase him down. The passive won't heal Bear King enough, and that's a third kill for Kane.
And unfortunately, oh, it's not over yet.
Ooh, Kenazito.
Has the red buff.
There's the poke still coming out. The Mystic shot from Kane. The last one will not reach. The spell shield negating the initial burst. Oh, you can't window shop. Kenazito punished as Kane stays aggressive and grabs another.
A greedy recall, and also Spiky not staying with his teammate at the end there. That's going to make Kane Mao turn it all around. 4-0-1 on this Ezreal. And you got to keep in mind, Ezreal may have lost his eye, but look at this.
Morshoes look to be in trouble with no mana, but able to hold on to the ultimate long enough. Spiky shows up with the heal, and the Anivia finishes off the kill there. Danny T going down. Yep, Udyr invading again, is spotted out by Bear King. Bear King wants to respond, but is Depth of Courage going to roam? He's got the push so he can help his teammate out. Doesn't need to, though. Pan the Man able to just run away from Bear King.
Yep, but I think Panda Man was able to steal away the blue buff. It seems I didn't see the blue buff on Bear King, and that will mean still no blue buffs for the Asian Imports, and that's going to hurt in the end. But something I do want to talk about right now is this win condition from Unlucky Dreamers, and Kane definitely going to have that case right now, as he is 4-0-1, and he is starting to get really, really, really ahead. But something to really note, First Blood Tower just went down in the mid lane off of Morshoes.
Yeah, Morshu's doing a good job of controlling that lane, even despite not getting any blue buffs, has been using his ultimate liberally, getting that lane pushed in his favor, chipping away at the tower, and just after tower plates fall, is able to knock that one down. So that just means that Morshu's was able to get a lot of gold from the plates prior to those dropping, and then grabbing that first tower gold is huge for the Anivia, but the Rift Herald was grabbed by Pan the Man and is going to be dropped mid, so he wants to respond here. Could be in trouble, though. He's going to get stunned. Here comes Bear King. Pan the Man over aggressive again in the flash. Oh, you were already dead, my friend. I would say not worth.
Yep, unfortunately, a little bit of greedy positioning there from the Udyr, thinking he could get the tower all on his own, but in reality, with the Rift Herald, you need to coordinate that with your team. And Unlucky Dreamers, once again, you talked about it earlier, JC, maybe they're just being a little bit over-aggressive, and now they're getting punished for it. But you look at the bot side, we may be looking at a 3v4 soon.
Yeah, we may get some action down here. It looks like Asian Imports wants to try and collapse on the bottom lane. Kane and Dogmane responding and back away soon enough, so they will get back to the safety of their tower. But Depth of Courage still taking a lot of damage top side. Wacky Strawberry, does he want to keep pushing? The problem for Wacky Strawberry is he hasn't been able to maintain his health bar enough in these trades, and it's meant that Depth of Courage has been able to just hold on in all of these trades top side.
Oh, but not with the Maiden of the Undying there now to give Wacky Strawberry a lending hand, but look at this.
Oh man, now it's Asian Imports' turn to invade. The Munch goes down on the blue buff, so Pan the Man can walk away, and the Sylas is here to cause some trouble. The ult stolen and used to take down Spiky, but the Sylas will drop as Bear King gets one for himself. He's trying to run away, and it looks like the health bar is too big for Unlucky Dreamers to want to go for that. Dogmane in trouble, taken down as Morshu's grabs his third.
What an Arctic storm coming down from Morshu's, and unfortunately, Dogmane just going to be caught up in the crossfire and take it down, but Morshu's looking for more.
Oh, Kane, you're going to get trapped under a tower that's not going to last very long. He wants to go aggressive. Spell Shield will buy a little bit of time. Here comes Bear King from the backside. They'll trade 1 for 1, though. Both 80 carries taking each other down. Morshu's will flap his way out, but maybe not far.
Oh, Pan the Man, though, is once again... Oh, the wall actually saving him. Unfortunately, going to be knocking him away from the Arctic Storm, and he's going to be able to walk away from that one. But the thing we do have to kind of take away from that, JC, was the fact that the whole entire time, Kane was just trying to position himself to get away from it, but a 4-man dive in the bottom side is just going to take him out. In the end, that's a shutdown goal going into the Sivir, and now that's going to be Inferno Drake going to get started up by the Asian Imports. Once again, this game's going really back and forth for both these teams here, but Asian Imports, once again, the more successful this bot side becomes, the more Wacky Strawberry can continue to generate pressure on the top side. It may not look like it, but he's constantly shoving Depth of Courage under tower.
And Asian Imports have closed the gold gap now at only a few hundred, and they're actually in the lead. True Shot Barrage, Spiky's in big trouble. Dogmane wants the nether root and is going to grab the kill there on the Leona. Kenazito won't be there soon enough to trade back in the aggression from the Unlucky Dreamers bottom lane. That's the kill now. Danny T and Morshu's trading back and forth. Danny T, you aren't going to be able to do it as good as the Anivia, and that kill going to Morshu's.
Yep, and something I do want to point out here right now is the build and item choice here from Kane on this Ezreal. Instead of going for a little bit more burst damage like we calmly do, and to go to efficiency build with the Ice Sword Gauntlet, with the Luden's Echo and the Sork Boots, we are going to be seeing more of that traditional ADC Ezreal here, as he's opting to get that Trinity Force with the CDR Boots. So, going a little bit more for the carry build, that's Depth of Courage.
He's in big trouble. He is going to ult out to Bisman's face. You almost may have been worth for him to ult completely out, but he is able to survive there. Wacky Strawberry will stay near the tower, though. Depth of Courage, this is risky. He obviously has his undead form to try and challenge back. If Wacky Strawberry gets the kill, he can go for something under tower, but he's just going to back away. He won't. Every time I think he's going to leave. Oh, this is so risky.
But it's a bait. Look at that.
It might be. Here comes the collapse. Danny T has arrived. Wacky Strawberry way too deep. He's caught by the Sylas. He's taken down, and that's the kill for the Sylas. We are even on kills. Gold just 500 separating these teams.
Depth of Courage there was just literally just watching all the action happen, just backing in front of Wacky Strawberries. He tries to get that kill, but unfortunately, Unlucky Dreamers able to kick that one and kind of nullify the pressure from Wacky Strawberry. But still, he is going to be looking to split push with this York. And right now, we do see in the mid lane, decides able to get the mid tower, but may get collapsed on if he's not careful.
Yeah, Danny T in very deep
Oh,
here. He's
nice
going to get
stun.
caught by more shoes. He's not going to be able to buy enough time here as there's Bear King, but the kill just finished off by the Anivia. I have to say, watching that pull and push in the top side with Depth of Courage standing under tower just reminded me of that Discover commercial, the guy with the fishing rod sitting there like, oh, you just gotta do a little better than that. You're so close. And Wacky Strawberry was staying. He was going for the bait, and he never quite got there.
And that could be said for this whole entire game. It's more of just push and pull. Both these teams, they get to be able to push with an advantage that they may have get, but they push a little bit too far and have to pull back out, and the other team able to kind of capitalize on the fact that they're having to back out, and now they get the push. So it's this little bit of this tug at war coming out from Asia Imports and Unlucky Dreamers this whole entire game, and that's why this is so neck and neck. Only a 600 gold lead, but I think definitely we have to watch out for Wacky Strawberry as it continues to generate pressure as this 4-man coming out from Asia Imports. You saw in the mid lane, they just got a tower, and now we're going for Depth of Courage.
Yeah, Depth of Courage has the ultimate, so as soon as he feels threatened, he can ult away.
Or
Wacky
ult
Strawberry,
mid.
that's going to be the turnaround here. He's actually taking tower aggro, and the axe down will finish the kill. Depth of Courage turning that one around. He is going to get dove. He's going to drop hands down here, and it will most likely mean his tower as well, but I love the response from the Scion there. Here comes the rest of Unlucky Dreamers. That's the Sivir down. More shoes trying to do some work. Depth of Courage is down. The undead form not going to do enough work there. Good stun from Morshoes. Now he can retreat to the safety of his team. But Danny T's going for the collapse. Dogman with the root. Down goes the Silas. Dogman drops as well as here comes Bear King. Kane again alone under his tower. Can he escape? The tower is gone. And the Ezreal soon to follow flipped back. Dropped into the Anivia ult. And that's the finish. 6-0-7. What a game so far from Morshoes.
Unlucky Dreamers kind of just taking a chance and using that 4v4 in the top side, letting the Udyr split push and get that tower. I'd say kind of worked out for them. Depth of Courage, I think, made a good call, realizing that he may be in a little bit of a precarious situation, and goes for the kill on Wacky Strawberry instead of just using the ultimate to back out because he thought he was getting cut off there. But unfortunately for the rest of the unfortunately for the rest of Asian Imports, they kind of just get baited into a really bad situation. They're all split up and not able to kind of come in on top of that fight in the end there. Even though it was in their numbers 4v4, that's where they shine. Unlucky Dreamers just able to capitalize on the split and also send Panda Man to bot side to get a free tower. Both these teams, surprisingly, kind of just trying to out-split push each other. And we're actually going to be looking at more of the 4v4 split with the 1 versus 1 either in the top or the bottom side of the map instead of just a full 5-on-5 with maybe a split push.
Okay, so we have an Infernal Drake up. Asian Imports already has one to go alongside their Ocean Drake. Panda Man forced to flash away as he wants to contest here. Kane as well going to take the shovel, but here comes the rest of Unlucky Dreamers. There's the engage. They're trying to get onto the backline. Down goes the Sivir. Here comes Unlucky Dreamers. Bear King is down. That's no smite, and most likely an Infernal Drake for Unlucky Dreamers. Wacky Strawberry looking like he wants to contest. This is so risky. You may get a kill here, but you're going to go down and return Dogman with the flash. A little too early, just flash his face first into a wall. But Unlucky Dreamers punching back.
Yep, Asian Imports right now maybe being a little bit risky there. And the thing about their composition is that they don't want to play that full-on 5v5, and they most definitely don't want to get picked out either. They were all split up, but instead, what they need to be focusing on is splitting up the enemy team from Unlucky Dreamers. They can't be caught in a 5v5 or a 5-man like that. And unfortunately, 3 members up, and compared to Unlucky Dreamers 5, they might be in trouble.
The bubble from Spiky there was great, catching Kane in the choke point, but there's not a lot of follow-up from the team. But here comes Morshoes, has to back away from Dogman. He's getting out the damage. Down goes Leona. Here comes Danny T, trying to get after the carries. He's trying to get just close enough, but Wacky Strawberry can't do any work. Morshoes is low. Ooh, good flash escapes from the Silas for now, but the true shot barrage grabs to the bubble. Not enough, and down goes Morshoes. Another fight for Unlucky Dreamers.
What a snipe coming out from Kane, able to line that one up and not only get the Agnivia, but also start things off by taking out another member of the Asian Imports. Spiky not going to be able there in the end, and I think Ancient Imports are really greedy there. They went for the 3-man push against the full 5-man squad from Unlucky Dreamers, and in the end they get punished there. But still, this game is neck to neck, still very close. I really want to see Asian Imports play the composition now.
And I love how as soon as Asian Imports wins that big fight top lane and they get all those kills, they're able to take 2 towers. It felt like all of a sudden this game that had really nobody had been able to pull away in was finally starting to go in one person's favor. But before I can even get it out of my mouth that, hey, look, Asian Imports build a 4,000 gold lead. Where did that gold lead go? It's now back to 500. Unlucky Dreamers comes right back. They don't waste any time, get 2 fights going in their favor. They're able to grab an Infernal Drake to match up against Asian Imports, and we're right back to even.
Yep, and that's basically, once again, Unlucky Dreamers being able to just kind of play around their style, being able to get that 5-man collapse and kind of one-up the lack of team fighting from Asian Imports. Asian Imports, you look at their composition, you're looking at a siege composition with a little bit of disengage and a little bit of pick, but speaking of picks, Spikey's in trouble.
Does have the blast cone to get over the wall, is going to get ulted.
Baron
looking for the assist. True shot barrage will finish it off. Kane with another big game for him on the Ezreal. Now Dogman going aggressive. Here comes the support. Danny T has arrived, but the Leona has dropped. Now Danny T trying to get on Kenazito. That's going to be the kill for Bear King. In return, the double. Kenazito still getting it out. Depth of Courage will finish that one off, but Unlucky Dreamers losing this fight. Bear King wants one more. The axe won't fall. The triple for the Bear, and he wants the 4th. Depth of Courage. That's a pretty tanky boy. York is in the bot lane. Oh my goodness. The split push coming out. Not only are they winning the fight, but they are winning the map play here. The York about to break the base. Depth of Courage. All he wants to do is back, guys. Let the Scion go home. They won't let him do it. The inhibitor tower falls down bot lane. Depth of Courage. He knows he's going down. Another kill to more shoes there in the base. The inhibitor nearly goes down. Dogman able to come up just soon enough to get Wacky Strawberry away, but Asian Imports with a huge win.
And that's where the Asian Imports shine in their composition, being able to get that split map pressure with the split pusher on Wacky Strawberries, and also coming on top, playing a magnificent 4-on-5 there in the top side of the map. And they're also going for the Baron. Let's see if Unlucky Dreamers can respond.
So I'm going to get it out of my mouth now. A 4,000 gold lead for Asian Imports now. Don't know how long it will last the way this game is going. But the Baron is going down. It's at 3,000 health. Danny T wants to get over the wall. He steals the ultimate from the Anivia. It's going to do some damage, but that's the Baron to Bear King. Gets the smite out. They will take down Danny T. And now they're looking for the base. Wacky Strawberry has not taken the inhibitor yet. There, it falls. The Baron empowered minions will finish it off. Now, Unlucky Dreamers just trying to get this Yorick out of their base. Wacky Strawberry is going to fall. The kill to Pan the Man.
And Asian Imports get the Baron and the inhibitor. Once again, that split map pressure that we were talking about so earlier, JC, they're able to use that so magnificently. And now they're looking at this 5K gold lead, looking to close out the game, while Unlucky Dreamers haven't been able to play their game the whole time. They want to get that 5-on-5, but they can't. Wacky Strawberries is constantly being able to get a lot of split push pressure, while the 4-man for Asian Imports, I have to give some shout outs to More Shoes. That wall earlier before the Baron was absolutely crucial on splitting up Kane and Danny T from the fight. Once again, splitting up the fight and making Unlucky Dreamers unable to fully get that full-on 5-man for them to get picked off one by one. And Asian Imports right now, they have to feel so good. They're looking for this dragon, and now you look at the teleport. There's York. He's going for the split push pressure while this 4-man sticks together.
More Shoes has hands down been the big carry for Asian Imports here, and it shows in the scoreline. 8-1-11 on the Anivia, looking like a very big bird, and Dogman just... You show your face to the Volibear, and you're going to get flipped. They're trying to chase down the Leona. They will finish that off. A 10th kill there for Bear King. And I have to say, Wacky Strawberry, this is the best 0-4-2 Yorick I've seen.
Oh, no, but look at the screen.
Yeah, they're trying to collapse onto Kane here. No! He's going to get popped. Another one. 4 more shoes there. And here comes the pressure on the side lanes from Asian Imports. Wacky Strawberry now pressuring topside, looking for his second inhibitor. The 4-man squad is pushing bot. They've got the 4v2 there. They're looking for the base. Pan the Man forced the flash over the wall there onto the first Nexus tower. Depth of Courage is going to arrive, but he is just taking a one-way express to his death. Kenazito with the kill, and Unlucky Dreamers not quite enough here. Asian Imports as More Shoes goes gold, and they are going to grab the victory here in game number 1 of Late Night League Season 2.
Yep, definitely Asian Imports showing why they picked a split push competition, being able to stick true with their win position, and in the end, off of Bear King and More Shoes, able to take this game number 1 over to Unlucky Dreamers in the Central Region for Esports Arena. And JC, what a wonderful game we just had right there to start things off in Late Night League Season 2.
got to say, an absolute barn burner there. 29 minutes between these two teams and a combined 46 kills. So definitely a very bloody game there. These teams continuing to be willing to trade back and forth across the map, and Asian Imports finally settled into their win condition.
Yep.
We're going to get that 4-man squad up to the top side. Wacky Strawberry, you go do your thing. We don't care about your scoreline. You just go whack turrets with a shovel.
Yeah, exactly. Asian Imports, you know, it doesn't matter how far behind Wacky Strawberries gets. He's a Yorick against Death of Courage on this Scion, and because Yorick just able to win those melee fights constantly on those one-on-ones, he's able to kind of just come out on top with this Yorick and use the shovel to absolutely decimate the rest of the Unlucky Imports. And unlucky's probably the way we gotta say it, because that was just Asian Imports being able to show off why they picked this composition for themselves.
Yeah, I think playing it out really well. Things were a little shaky in the early game. It seemed like Unlucky Dreamers, as they kind of started to head into the mid-game, got a couple of fights going their way, started to pull things back, but Pan the Man continuing to be over-aggressive, continued to be punished, and then, you know, as I said, they just settled into that win condition. Asian Imports finally figured out, hey, we're strong enough. Let's just put Wacky Strawberry in a side lane, let him do his thing. He may not have been decimating the champions of Unlucky Dreamers, but those structures weren't feeling too good when the Yorick was around.
And talking about Unlucky Dreamers, we did see in the early game they played very aggressively, and they were able to generate a lead in the bomb side of the map and also in the jungle because of them just knowing the matches very well. You know, Pan the Man, shoutouts to him. The early game he played on that Odier was absolutely fantastic to watch, being able to constantly punish Bear King, getting his camps, getting him in positions and punishing them for invades because Bear King wanted to look for some retribution, but unfortunately he comes off the deep end and kind of just gets taken down of all of that action. But in the end, Unlucky Dreamers not able to capitalize on the fact that Ezreal just had a completely dominant showcase of his skills right there. But unfortunately, he's not able to fully commit because he constantly gets dived on by this Volibear from Bear King. He just has like a laser eye focus, just constantly able to focus on him. And in the end there, Asian Imports, I think they just played very, very well in all of that gameplay there in the Esports Arena in the Central region. But I don't think we are going to be done here just yet. We are going to be taking a short break here, JC. But when we come back, we're going to be looking at the Western region there in the Esports Arena for some more League of Legends action.
Oh, yeah.
Going to be very excited to see on how that all unfolds.
Yep, we'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to season number 2 of Late Night League here presented by Esports Arena. I am JC Aso McDonough, right next to my friend Elton X Team Mock, and we've got a couple of games in the bag here, one on the Howling Abyss, one on Summoner's Rift, and as we head over to the Western region to kick off our Summoner's Rift competition, we had a fun game to start there, and any things you want to look forward to here in Game 2? Let's talk a little bit about the meta. We're sitting on 9.6.
9.6 is a wonderful, wonderful meta because if you're not playing a champion called KO, you gotta rest in peace because KO right now has kind of absolutely taken over to Summoner's Rift, and it's definitely a champion that I, myself, am looking forward to, and also not really, because the thing that makes KO unique is that she doesn't exactly scale off her items. She more or less focuses on her levels, and that makes her versatile, that makes her flexible, and that makes a lot of viable builds work on her. She can go AP on hit, she can go pure on hit, heck, she can even go crit. And because of that versatility, she has a lot of positive matchups. In fact, her only close to negative matchup right now on, I think on LOS Analytics or something, is like a 50.36% win rate against Wukong. That's her lowest win rate, as most of her other matchups are basically 50 plus.
It's pretty terrifying, and I just love, the most interesting for me, I will say, is how she just warps the game.
Yep.
She changes significantly how both teams play just with her presence on the map. You see so much focus up towards top lane because her laning phase is a little bit weak, especially if she goes towards an AD build. A little more successful in the later game, but not quite as sustainable in early. You're a little more susceptible without that healing, getting buffed up by that early AP build, but it changes how everybody plays the map because everybody has to respect the top lane and kind of play around that condition. So it's interesting. There are also quite a few other changes on 9.6. Urgot's back.
Yeah,
and
Urgot.
not quite the same Urgot we saw when he left the meta.
Nope, Urgot has now basically I would say a toggle ability on his W on the
Yep.
On
his gun.
On his little shotgun knees
Yeah.
and whatnot. And his E is now the ability that gives him a little bit of shield, and that's kind of allowed him to be more of a flex pick. He hasn't been releasing a lot of play so far, I think, in a lot of the regions who are playing in 9.6, but he's seeing a lot of solo queue success, both in the top lane and even in the jungle. He has relatively a nice little clear for himself. He has really healthy too, and once he gets that purge, that level 5 to become toggleable, he just becomes this unkillable shotgun machine, just like bah, 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 just looking to make sure anyone in his path is torn apart with the terror that lives in Urgot.
Just mowing people down. So we thought Urgot was gone a couple of patches ago, but it was not to be. He makes his triumphant return here and in the jungle, no less.
Yeah, and in the top lane too. You know, he may have gotten some mana nerfs here and there, but the thing that makes Urgot really, really good is that he's a ranged bruiser, and that allows him to have he has a lot of wave clear, he has a lot of great shades, he has a pretty decent sustain, and you know, to offset kind of the mana costs, you know, a lot of teams have been trying to opt the secondary sorcery tree with the mana flow ban to kind of help it out a little bit, to help his canster, you know, whenever he throws for those mage minions in the backline. But to kind of just round all things off, Urgot has now kind of just been, he's not really a priority champion, but he's more of a flexible, balanced champion in which he has a lot of places in team comps. It's just that teams aren't really picking him up just yet because there's still a lot of terrors in 9.6 that live in the top side of the map, especially in the jungle, because of Rek'Sai, who has been seeing a lot of play too. And that's why Urgot hasn't really been seeing a lot of priority just yet. But gives it some time. Maybe we'll see Urgot in pick ban. Who knows?
Yeah, we may find out. You talk about Rek'Sai, someone who has come back to prevalence over the last couple of patches.
Right.
That early pressure, able to get around the map fairly easily in those first 6 levels, and then getting access to the Void Rush then just makes the Rek'Sai so much more dangerous in fights. If you've got any squishy priority targets, that Rek'Sai's coming for him.
And Rek'Sai can no longer be avoided her Void Rush.
Nope.
No longer. It's really easy to dodge. You have to have that flash. If you don't, it's basically a homing missile that will chunk you for all your health. And I know there are some questionable debates. I know recently in the LEC we did see Selfmade get that second item.
The Infinity Edge.
But that's more of a solo queue thing. I like it in solo queue. It gives you the extra damage, and when you get those crits with the additional damage from the queue, it hurts a lot. But most Rek'Sais are definitely going to be going for what most AD junglers want to go for. The Guardians, Angels, and Sterak's to not only deal a lot of damage to a squishy target, but also engage the fights by doing a massive amount of burst to kind of dissuade the enemy team from going for those fights.
I thought it was funny when the Rek'Sai got brought out and Selfmade buys the Infinity Edge, and they immediately said, oh, and by the way, a couple of days ago, Selfmade tweeted out that Infinity Edge is the only viable second item on Rek'Sai. So that was definitely interesting to watch. Didn't quite seem to work out. I remember the first trade that he got into on the Rek'Sai. Nope. 3 hits, no crits.
Yep.
So we'll have to see if the Infinity Edge comes out tonight.
Yep.
Other junglers we're seeing a lot, some of the Lee Sin, J4, a lot of those kind of early presence junglers that can have a lot of effect on the map early.
And the jungler I do actually want to talk about, you brought it up, the J4 has been seeing a lot of prevalence again in the meta, mainly because, once again, it's the flexibility a champion can offer, makes it that the teams want to grab. The Jarvan being able to be flexed into the top jungle, heck, even support at some cases if you're Korean and you build PvP with the Summon Aerie, he's just able to take on a lot of different roles, but the main role that we've been seeing a lot of J4's take is that main initiation. He has a lot of safe and long-range initiation with the Flagging Dragon, also Cataclysm, but the best thing about him is that he just fits into a lot of compositions. But here we are into the picks and bans here, Mid versus Mixed, over in the western region here today, I believe.
Yeah, we are into picks and bans, and you mentioned the Kale already hitting the ban board here, so that means Mead doesn't feel confident enough first picking that champion. They want it off the board and early focus on the solo lanes as well. Silas banned away by Mead, the Yasuo by Mixed here, and then they will also take the Vayne off the board.
And something we didn't really talk about here earlier was the reason why we're seeing these Silas bans, is because he absolutely changes the picks and bans draft, because if you allow him to get his hands on a really crucial game-changing ultimate, it just becomes a lot harder if you are on the enemy side here. But we are going to see that first pick Nami a little bit aggressive. Supports really haven't been receiving a lot of love lately. Has just nerfs after nerfs after nerfs after nerfs, and unfortunately getting a little bit of hit into gold generation. Although in general they receive a lot more gold, they can't really be off by themselves anymore. So Nami, a little bit of a risky pick here, while the Ezreal, the safe ADC for Mixed.
The one thing we do have to mention is probably the group of supports that have been hit the most are the tank supports, taking the Relic Shield. They got the nerf on the sustain. I know. I love them too. But we have seen those Enchanter supports make a little bit of a resurgence. There's still a mix. You can still play things like the Alistar and stuff, but it feels like the Enchanters have carved out a spot for themselves in the meta.
Yeah, and something I do also want to really talk about, this Varus getting locked in his response to Ezreal. The Varus pick here, I think, is pretty safe. Doesn't really give away a lot here if you're on the side of Mead, but Lux, now that raises the question, is that something you want to lock in? If Mixed is able to get their hands on something that is able to get into this backline, this immobile backline, might I add here, yeah, so it's going to be a lot of trouble for this team. For Mead, well, Mixed, they're looking pretty straightforward right now. Nunu, a pretty strong pick, I would say, in solo queue, and also maybe in competitive fives too. He has a safe and reliable clear, a safe and reliable engage, and really interesting ban out here is Caitlyn gotta get banned away from Mixed, although they already have the Ezreal locked in.
Yeah, the one thing I want to note when you talk about the immobile backline is the Orianna getting picked there right after the Lux, the immediate response. You talk about that immobile backline, you want to get away from the Orianna ultimate, the Shockwave. It's going to be a lot more difficult. It's going to cost you flashes almost every time.
We talked about this here earlier as we got in. We talked about the KO, we talked about the Urgot, but let's talk about the Hecarim. Because what if they get something like the Hecarim to get into this mobile backline to make it a living nightmare for the team of Mead? But they could also go for like the safe option. We know tank supports, they get a little bit nerfed, but hey, I mean, you can still walk in, you know, something like the All-Star to kind of just get that ball delivery system.
So they're hovering the Braum now. I think that would be a good pick. You've got some poke here. Granted, his stand behind me does not do anything to Lux's ultimate. So a little, not quite as strong against the poke, but can deal a little bit with that. And there's some tankiness. So there's a frontline set up here for the side of Mix that I like the Hecarim pick here. And they'll get the counter pick as well, top lane.
but something interesting I do want to point out, me now locking in that Nocturne, that just means they have a very, very squishy composition, and now they're kind of locked into having a tank locked in here for the last pick for Thix, Korean Banana, they're not in LCS order, or they risk being torn apart by something like the Orianna lane. They're going to be looking for a skill-based matchup. This is an incredibly hard composition to pull off on your side of Meat. Mixed, though, hovering over to Garen, locking it in.
Okay,
and it looks
spin
like,
to win.
Yeah, it looks like both these teams, though, they're looking to kind of just play towards the lane while we look at Garen. Kind of an interesting pickup here, I would say, for Griffey against Irelia, but he wants to make sure he comes on the top side matchup in the 1v1.
So not a ton of ball delivery for the side of Mixed here. You have the Garen, little bit non-traditional. He's literally just going to have to run his way to the back line of Mead, but can try and set things up here for the Orianna. So we'll see how well that works and how well Meowdolf is able to perform on the Orianna if he can set himself up for the Shockwaves. But we talk about the composition here, very squishy coming out from Mead, and you talk about the kind of skill matchup that they're going to set up here, kind of a skill check. They're saying we can just carry harder than you can. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, something I really want to point out here is the reason why I say Mead's composition is really tough to pull off is because they do have a lot of strength, but that comes from the skill of both Lying Mars and Space Dylan. They need to make sure this Var and Lux is able to come out on top here with their constant poke and whatnot, with the Nocturne and Irelia being able to kind of just try to get to the back line. And I do want to just come up with an update. Mead is going to be coming out from Spokane, while Mixed is coming here from our good old studios in Orange County.
Yep, a couple of teams duking it out here in the Western region. Before we get into this game, I do want to give you guys one final update. We started you off with a little best of three in the ARAM tournament between Roseville and Spokane. We do want to update you that Roseville did end up taking that victory over Spokane in the best of three, so congratulations to them on the victory there. But we are into the Summoner's Rift action here and kicking things off in the Western region. You talk about the setup for that all-skill composition. Let's talk a little bit more about Mixed here. They've got a bit of a setup front line. You've got the Nunu and the Braum. Do you think that's enough to protect from an Aurelia and Nocturne that are going to be coming hard for that Orianna Ezreal in the back line?
Because of the fact you look at Mead and they have such a skill-based composition, the skill also comes out from the side of Mixed here. They gotta be careful of their positioning. They gotta make sure they don't get hit by the poke coming out from the Lux and Vars that's gonna be looking to shoot it out. And they have to make sure they're dishing out some poke of their own, although not as long-ranged as the side of Mead. They are gonna be looking to see if they can catch someone out. Their composition is gonna be once again shining on that 4-man with the split push on the Garen, because the Garen, I would say, is a very, very linear champion, and I think that's a lot of what people like to default on in kind of tournaments like these, especially, when you're just not really sure about your opponents, right? You don't really get to do a lot of research heading into the esports arena. Sometimes you really just find out about your opponents as soon as you sit back down and start getting into your games here. So I think the Garen here is just a very simple and also out-of-the-box pick here for these teams. It's just something you don't really expect to see often in the Summoner's Rift. He provides a lot of lane pressure and is going to be really good in the early game against this Aurelia and should be looking to carry that pressure to end this game as soon as possible. But the longer the game goes, the harder it is going to be for Mixed here over at Orange County as Mead. They're going to be looking a little bit at that poke, looking to scale up that Lux and Navaris maybe even going on hit. Who knows? He has that flexibility like I was talking about, but the Irelia eventually will become a threat as she will scale up into the mid-late game, getting the Trinity Force, getting the Sterex Engage, getting the Titanic Hydra, being able to split push pressure, and also being able to just out-trade and out-duel this Garen on the top side. So we're going to have to definitely see JC.
It should be interesting. And one other thing I do want us to kind of keep track of is we saw a heavy focus on the jungle matchup in the first game that we casted today on Summoner's Rift. And it was the Udyr versus the Volibear, the heavy invade pressure from the Udyr controlling those buffs early. And now we look at the Nunu against the Nocturne here in an interesting matchup because especially when the Nocturne hits that level 6, he wants to be going to lanes as soon as his ultimate is available. Every time that is off of cooldown, he wants to show up in a lane. But the Nunu has that clear ability and the control over neutral objectives, so it will be interesting to see how heavily Mead focuses on trying to slow down what Mix is going to do with the Nunu, see if they can control the neutral objectives as well, or if they're going to just seat them to the Nunu.
Yeah, and the really important thing here is going to be the vision coming out from Mead. If they're able to protect this Nocturne from getting invaded, which he probably will, definitely by his Nunu, who's looking to shut this Nocturne down as fast as he can to be able to get that, to be able to slow his level 6 down, then Mead should be relatively fine as long as they're able to get pressure in their lanes and get that vision in the river. If they're unable to do so and unable to help out the jungler, it's going to just slow down the game for them, and it's just going to make them a lot harder for them to kind of just getting top of the game here, as we are going to be getting into the Summoner's Rift JC, and here we go.
We are on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Mead going up against Mixed, our first game in the Western region for our Summoner's Rift tournament as we are in week 1 of Late Night League Season 2. I want to thank everybody so much for joining us tonight. Hope you have enjoyed all of the action so far. We are by no means done yet tonight. We've got plenty more action coming your way with this game and more following, but hope you guys are enjoying it and come back for more in the following days and weeks. But here as we kick off this game, we'll have to see if we get any early aggression around the bottom side. Possibly something. Want to see if Kill the Clown wants to go in, though. It's just going to be wards to spot everybody out. So it looks like we won't get anything too spicy here at level 1. It's the teams just try to feel each other out a little bit, see what the junglers are starting, and kind of get a sense of how these first couple minutes are going to go.
Talking about spices, though, something I really want to bring up here, JC, is Griffey, who has opted to take heal in this matchup as opposed to the teleport. We did talk about Griffey playing more of a split push role here, but without the teleport, it is going to just mean a lot more pressure from Korean Bananas if he does take up Griffey on this 1v1. And if Griffey falls behind, it's going to be absolutely detrimental for the side of Mixed. It's going to hurt him a lot. And Griffey definitely needs to make sure he keeps up this matchup, especially since he's giving up an important cooldown in this meta, the teleport being able to not only get that split push, but also joining the fights whenever possible. So we'll definitely have to see on how Mix kind of plays around that as we're going to start off the game here on the Summer's Rift.
So now you almost have to wonder if Korean Banana is going to try and put a ton of side lane pressure, because if Korean Banana, even if he doesn't get ahead laning phase-wise, if he gets those first couple of items and can start to be a threat in the side lanes even without dominating early game, it could be really difficult for Mix to deal with, because as you mentioned, no teleport on Griffey means that it's a significant investment for Mix to respond to any sort of split push pressure. And Korean Banana going to go in, get the stun there early, a little bit of a trade into the Garen. He should sustain back up thanks to his passive fairly well, and things just, these teams just feeling each other out here as we start this game. Both junglers now on their respective red sides of the map, and early clear Kill of the Clown taking his Raptors as Tomokun on his red buff.
Yep, and something I do really want to note on this bottom lane, Space Stallion takes a little bit of damage for his troubles, is that this is actually going to be an on-hit Varus, so we're not going to be seeing that pure skill matchup here. Mead does have something a little bit easier to kind of fall back on with his Varus, being able to kind of just self-heal himself and do a lot of damage to this tanky front line from Mixed. But you still have to be careful because of the lack of mobility coming out from these champions from Lying Mars and Space Dylan. Does mean they still have to be wary of that factor when going into team fights. And if they are caught out of position, it might be game over for Mead, especially with the lack of their front line here. They are still a relatively squishy composition, and they are looking to play kind of that 4-man to kind of just set up the kills for Korean Banana in the mid to late game. But over right now, in the early game, it's all about just scaling up.
Yeah, King too easy, playing aggressive, working through that mana bar as he trades with the Mead bottom lane there, feeling confident to just continue to try and pressure this Varus and Nami, forcing them back towards their tower. Nothing too crazy early here as the Orianna gonna get a trade here onto Lying Mars. It's pretty low, taken down under 200 health, so good trade there for the Orianna in the mid lane.
Yep. There's another factor I do want to point out here is that in the jungle right now, Killer Clown has gotten his hands on both Scuttle Crabs so far, and now boasts a pretty good lead here as Light Mars, almost gets taken down there. You hate to see it happen.
The Orianna flashing in, forcing out both summoner spells there from Lying Mars, so something to know if Tomokun wants to come mid to try and set up a kill in the mid lane. Lying Mars will be very susceptible now on the Lux. Any push, past that kind of halfway mark of the lane could spell disaster for Lying Mars if Tomacon is anywhere nearby. Now the lane's starting to push a little bit in favor of Mead here as Space, Dylan, and Thix have started to respond a bit, and Korean Banana building up a bit of a CS lead top lane. So Griffey, you talked about him wanting to get a solid start in the laning phase, hasn't quite gotten off to that yet.
Yeah, and another thing we do really have to keep in mind here is that the reason why Lux is not really commonly picked at the moment is because she has a lot of emphasis on mana management. A lot of her skills, her Q and her E especially, do cost a lot of mana in lane. And if you are not careful, you can get easily traded out, just like we saw Myeldov do on this Orianna earlier. So, this early game for Lion Mars is going to be a little bit tough until he can get his hands on something like the Lost Chapter to help him out a little bit. But until he gets to that point, his early game is definitely going to be focused on farming and not so much in trading, unless he knows he can get that good, aggressive punish if Myeldov does tend to do something greedy here. But so far, not really looking too much of an issue here as compared to the top lane, I would say.
One thing I want to note here and ask you about, so we've got Glacial Augment on Mexi Hayden on the Braum here. Braum seems like a pretty versatile champion. You could take quite an array of rune choices there, the Keystone runes. You see sometimes taking Guardian. He can take Aftershock to get that tankiness off of the stun, as we are going to see a 3v3 bot lane as Tomacon arrives, but Kilo is in the bot lane for the counter gank. Is going to get stunned though thanks to the concussive blows, and that will mean that Mixed can back away. A little scary there for Tomacon early, but was able to get away with his life as they're going to trade in mid. Myeldov gets some damage there on a Lying Mars, who is just going to run to the safety of River and will be able to escape from the Orianna.
Yeah, and a really important thing we have to keep in mind there coming out from Mixed was that, they had the vision on the fight. They knew the Nocturne was there, but so did Mead, because Mexi Hayden was just really sitting on that ward the whole entire time, and Mead kind of just had the positioning figured out, but Mixed tried to go for the fight there. They had the Noon in position, but unfortunately, they just don't have the damage to do it so far, and kind of just get poked up from there. Going back to your point earlier, JC, the reason why we're seeing this Glacial Augment coming out from this Braum is just mainly he wants to get that slowdown, and he wants to guarantee that stun even more, even if he misses that Winter's Bite. So he just wants to guarantee that a little bit more. Maybe he might pick up something like the Randy's Omen or the Righteous Glory to get that bonus, but it's kind of a choice we don't really see often. I think definitely the Guardian would have been the right, more safer choice here. But Mexi Hayden definitely going to play a little bit more aggressive with this rune pickup, I would say, for Mix.
Definitely going to try and stick to the priority targets of Mead, and without any real frontline for Mead, if he is able to get those stuns, they become that much more valuable and potent. So it'll be interesting to see if Mexi Hayden can stick to those targets and set his team up for success. Blue Buff going to be able to hand off to Myeldov there. So good donation from Tomacon. One thing we need to keep an eye on is the jungler's levels. So Kilo, the Clown, at level 5 now, should be level 6 soon, but Tomacon's still sitting at level 4, so that could mean a significant disadvantage for Mixed once the Nocturne wants to show up in the lanes. We can take a peek at which lanes are pushing right now. A little bit in favor of Mixed bot side as they push in, but they have just back, so that lane should reset a little bit and push back towards them once Space Dylan arrives there. So the target will be interesting to see. I would say it's probably Myeldov, as he has pushed quite aggressively mid. Griffey, who spins away, able to escape from the Aurelia there.
JC, I don't know if you were able to notice, but I think we both may have just noticed in our back of our heads. We talked about a little bit of a deficit in the jungle, but that's not even the biggest deficit that's on the map right now. This top lane matchup with Korean Banana taking on Griffey is absolutely brutal. And Griffey right now has to walk back into lane. He is forced to buy here due to the Tiamat pickup coming up from Korean Clown. And either way, he's now going to be even more behind because he's not able to back up back in the top side, being able to get that top wave in for himself. And this Garen is just so behind and Mead are going to be able to kind of capitalize on that weakness and continue to play around the fact that this is mainly on Korean Banana to kind of just take full advantage of not only the poke in his own team, but also to get that split push pressure so his team can do 4-man roams for themselves. Mixed right now, they've got to be feeling the burn. They haven't been able to stop this Nocturne, and they most definitely have not been able to stop this Aurelia, and we're getting to the point where Mead are now going to be able to play around the toys they have in their arsenal with their team composition.
Yeah, Kilo the Clown has hit level 6, and you talk about Korean Banana there. It's really starting to feel like, and it is certainly early as Thix has got to be careful. 3 stacks of the concussive blows. That's the flash and the stun. The Crew Shot Barrage actually going to be flashed out of there by Thix, but big trouble here for Space Dylan. Forced to flash away, avoids the Mystic Shot, so Mead's bot lane will survive as Griffey again stunned topside. But it's really starting to feel like Korean Banana at this point, if things continue the way they are, nobody's going to be able to handle the Aurelia 1v1 in a side lane. And then at that point, if you're having to send 2 people to respond to the Aurelia, you're going to lose fights when that 4-man unit in the other lane is starting to engage. So if you are mixed and you can't disengage as Thix is going to get caught under tower, that will be first blood to Kang Too Easy. Looking for the second. There will be a response as Korean Banana's bot lane. That's the double kill for Kang Too Easy. Just able to arcane shift away, but Korean Banana, he wants blood dashing in, takes the double kill as he grabs the bottom lane. What a response from Mead.
Oh, that is absolutely the worst possible outcome if you're on the side of Mixed. You get the dive, sure. You get the double kill on the bot lane, sure. But you're letting this Aurelia, who's already so ahead over Griffey, continue to get even more ahead. As soon as that teleport comes in, you have to back out as soon as you can, but Lion Mars in trouble.
Oh, he's going to go down. The shockwave from Meowdolf will catch the Lux, and the auto attack finishes that off. I mean, if this is solo queue, and I'm Griffey right now, I'm just saying FF at 15 in chat, this is just so rough for him, already behind now, approaching 75 CS, so far behind the Aurelia, and now Korean Banana gets to teleport bottom lane and get 2 kills, able to grab the Tiamat, going to come up top, and is just going to perma push Griffey under his tower, and is just going to dominate that lane. So Korean Banana could not have had a better start to this game.
Well, but either way, even though he has his strong points in the team here for Mead, there are still weaknesses in this squad here. We look at the mid lane, not as bad as the mid or the top lane matchup. But Meowdolf on this Orianna has been able to get a pretty sustained lead, and also the solo kill on this Orianna so far. But it's not as prevalent as this Aurelia, who has a lot more tools, I would say, than this Orianna. So it's really interesting to see on how both teams have their own individual strengths, but we'll have to see on which team can truly capitalize on that strength coming into the late game here, as right now it just seems it's the top-heavy side for me that's going to be in the advantage compared to the bottom-heavy side of Mixed, who are going to be struggling a little bit.
Trend continues for our games today. Just a continual push and pull so far in the 3 games we have had here on the Late Night League broadcast. Has been very interesting to watch, and just this trend has made these games so fascinating, is you never really seem to quite know who's going to win. Obviously, I talk about Mixed having that big win condition in that Aurelia, who can be just an absolute menace in the sideline, but I think you're right to point out Meowdolf has looked very good on the Orianna, building up a 40 CS lead over the Lux. And top lane, Griffey's in trouble. That's a 3rd kill for Korean Banana, and now he's got to deal with the Nunu, but Tomakun, he has to run, flashes away. Korean Banana already just so powerful on this Aurelia.
Griffey has gone,
Oh, Lying Mars, not enough. Caught, flashing away, not enough, and that's another solo kill from Meowdolf.
Yep, and in this game, it really feels like who can carry harder? The top side of the map of Korean Banana and Nocturne, or the bottom side of the map in Mixed with Meowdolf and King Too Easy on this Ezreal Orianna. But as this game is going to continue here in Esports Arena here today in the Western region, Mead right now definitely having a statement and a strong player in Korean Banana who's going to be looking to take that first tower into top side. And all the turret barriers.
Yeah, just before the plates drop, 20 seconds until that goes. Korean Banana with the phenomenal timing there. So much gold in his pocket. Up 3-0. 450 gold bounty on the Aurelia's head. And It's about a 1,300 gold lead for Mead as they start to try and pull away a little bit in this game, but Meowdolf isn't going to let them get off. Easy is dominating this mid lane matchup into Lying Mars's Lux, and you're right, Kang2Easy has looked really good on this Ezreal. 2-1, solid start for him, still scales fairly well. One thing I want to know, we were talking about the build options here. Looks like a repeat from last game, more of the AD build here with it's going for the Trinity for a second, possibly?
We'll definitely have to wait and see as, Dragon Mage is taken down, but we're seeing a fight.
Yeah, but the ult's going to come from the Nocturne down bot lane. They're going to catch Space Dylan. He will fall, but can they respond? Kilo the count, looking for Kang2Easy, but has to flash away. Beautiful bubble from Thix will get the Nocturne away.
Yep, Mead has to back on out of there. Once again, the bottom side of the map is still struggling, and they did not have the Lux here, but Irelia looking for the flank, maybe looking for a fight. This may not be over yet, JC.
We'll have to see it now. Anything that hasn't involved the Irelia has gone in Mix's favor, but here comes Thix with the ultimate. Is going to catch Stu. Kang2Easy has been able to get away, but Mexi Hayden, good shockwave, takes down the Nocturne. Korean Banana trying to get in, but he is able to get the kill onto the Oriana. On to Kang2Easy, takes down Tomokun, the flash away for the Ezreal, but that's the triple for Korean Banana.
Oh no, you cannot out carry Korean Banana. He's going to show it to the face of this Oriana, able to pick up a triple kill now, and Griffey right now just has to feel so bad, but it's not over yet.
Kang2Easy taking some damage under the tower, able to avoid the stun there, thankfully, because if he doesn't, that's probably a 7th kill for Korean Banana, but he still wants it, dashing in. The stun will land this time, and the shutdown for Korean Banana.
The 7-0 Irelia coming out here for Korean Banana has an iron grasp on this game here on the Western region on Mead right now for Esports Arena, and he is on fire at the moment. There is absolutely nothing to stop this Irelia mix right now. Have to figure out and formulate a plan to deal with this out of control Korean Banana.
I mean, Aurelia, Korean Banana in full 1v9 mode right now. 7-0 score line, 137 CS, nearly hitting 100 CS over Griffey right now, who has been in the top lane alone, but still has not been able to close that gap whatsoever. And that's 2 items already for the Aurelia.
Right. But a saving grace that we do have to talk about here for Mixed is the fact that they still do have the strong bot side, but if we look at the top side, we might be seeing a fight.
Yeah, Kilo the Clown wants to get in here onto Griffey, knows he's weak. Here comes Korean
no.
Banana. Is this number 8? It will be the stun and the kill. This just Aurelia is an absolute menace. And one thing I do want to point out, because we touched on it earlier, and I was actually wrong. We may see the more AP-heavy build. We've got the Iceborne Gauntlet on a Kang2Easy.
Yeah, but he might also be going for the gold efficient build here too. What the Ezreal does want to build next is Luna's Echo to get a little bit of that burst damage to kind of just make up for the lack of Archangel's damage in that hybrid Ezreal build that we used to see. But he can still definitely go for an AD-oriented build. He just has to build that a little bit of defensive option just due to how behind he may be, but
Thix with the late flash. It's not going to save Space Dylan as he flashes away. Is still stunned by the concussive blows, and another kill for Kang2Easy. Meowdolf able to escape from a gank in the mid lane there as well. So Mixed just continuing to dominate. If they can get something away from the Aurelia, they are winning these fights. I mean, that's 8 of 9 kills for Mead on Korean Banana, just the 1 going to Space Dylan. Meanwhile, a little more of a split setup. 4 kills for Kang2Easy, 3 for Meowdolf, and a little more of a multi-member carry setup for Mixed here, and they aren't going to go away easy.
yeah, I definitely have to really look at Mixed. Once again, before we had that fight, I was talking about Mixed. Your condition is this bot side of the map. Griffey, yeah, sure, he's going to be behind and he's going to be playing a rough game, but sometimes you got to play kind of the Mario of the team. You got to be the sacrificial lamb if you want to succeed here, as the rest of the team for Mixed is looking very good. Meowdolf and Kang are definitely going to be the players to look at for Mixed to kind of just carry this game, as the rest of the team for Mead not looking too hot. If you look at the bottom side, Lying Mars and Space Dylan struggling a little bit in their matchups, while Killer Clown and Korean Banana are going to be the primary focuses here. You see, though, everything's being handed over to Korean Banana. He's going to be the primary forefront to be carrying this game. But Mead doing the lane swap here in the top side, allowing Space Dylan to kind of catch up behind, or catch up a little bit, while Griffey has to play so scared as he's just so behind at the moment.
Ooh, ultimate here from Korean Banana.
Oh!
Here comes the Nocturne into the bottom lane. They will catch out Kang too easy. Possibly the dive. No, the exhaust will force Korean Banana back away. So Mexi Hayden will survive, but the gank bot lane does net a kill for Mead. A 9th for Korean Banana as King too easy. His third death does fall in that play.
Esports Arena right now has to be shook as we are looking at Korean Banana just continue to tear apart the competition. Now 9-0 and 0, getting the turrets, getting the full damage build. Has even opted to build the Ravenous Hydra instead of the Titanic Hydra for a little bit more HP. And it's looking to continue to scale out of control as nothing can stop it. He has the Rift Herald for himself right now, and Griffey once again trying to see if he can defend this tower, but this Rift Herald is going to be looking to get some damage. Sorry, that is actually the Brawl.
Yeah, that is going to be a big chunk out of that tier 2 in Korean Banana. Taking the safe play will just take the damage and back away, not willing to go too over-aggressive. Is going to get spotted out here. Does Tomoko go for the chase? He's got the snowball out. They have the 3v1, possibly 3v2, but they are going to back away, not wanting to run into the fog of war there in Korean Banana. Looking to set up for possibly a little bit of a brush camp. Isn't going to go too far forward, though. Spawns out the Orianna and will just back away. But they've swapped the bot lane to top side to get a little bit of a push going.
Yep. And another thing we'd have to keep in mind, too, is now we've hit the 20-minute mark, and that will mean Baron is on the field as an objective for both these teams, as we do see right now. Irelia going to be just soloing Dragoness. Just Irelia things, you know, just already ahead. Just has an insane goal lead over everyone else, but the top lane might be in trouble.
Oh, Space Dylan, goodbye. He's going to put right into the bounce house. And Griffey's on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
Griffey!
He has arrived in this game, gets his first kill, gets a little more gold in his pocket, can hopefully go back and get his first item, as it appears he's going to go for that first item, Black Cleaver still. I would imagine probably a heavy tank build after that, just to be efficient with the gold he's going to get and just try and be a meat shield for his team. But good for him, a little bit of a feel-good moment to kind of find his way back into this game. They're going to push for a tier 1 tower top lane as well. Lion Mars caught by the shockwave every time. Doesn't look like he can escape from the Orianna, and that's another kill from Yadolf.
And once again, we see the strengths and weaknesses from both these teams here. While Korean Banana and Killer Crown are living the game of their lives, so is Meowth Gittler and also King Too Easy, who are both playing a pretty good game of League of Legends. But I would have to argue, we saw the gold earlier. Korean Banana, this is his show, man. He has like 11k gold in his pockets. Everything's on him right now, and no one wants to mess with him. And Mead right now, I think, has to look to close the game as soon as possible before gold becomes an irrelevant factor. As you know, when we hit that late game, it's all about execution, not the gold. As Meowth almost in a little bit of trouble there.
Yeah, just able to finish his recall before the stun comes through for the Aurelia. I mean, Korean Banana coming out here with an absolute statement game here to start off Season 2. It's Week 1, and he is bringing out his absolute best here, trying to make it known that Mead is out for blood in Season 2 here. A great start for him. The rest of the team got to catch up a little bit. The scoreline's looking a little rough, though. Kilo the Clown has been able to get some good ganks out, sitting at 0-1-3, working on his third item now. But it really has been the Korean Banana show for Mead here, but mixed. Coming back with some more pressure. They get that tower bot lane, so it's matched 3 for 3. All of the tier 1s are gone for Mead, and they're looking for one bot lane. Oh, Shockwave into the double true shot barrage! King Too Easy with the double kill!
What a combination of skills there, but it's not over just yet!
Kilo the Clown wants more. There is the Glacial Fissure from the Braum. Tomokun coming back with a snowball. Here's the return ultimate. The Aurelia is here. Good ult from the Lux. Will catch a few. Tomokun is down. Mexi Hayden soon to drop as well. King Too Easy and Griffey gonna get away. Folks, my friend XT here was shook with that ultimate combo from the Orianna Ezreal. What a play there across the map from Mixed.
What a combination from the two carries on Mixed here. King and Meowdolf showing out it's the shockwave to set up the true shot barrage to take out the bottom lane of Mead. But as a response, Mead bite back with fire at her own. Korean Banana once again getting 2 kills for himself, and now is looking at a scoreline of 11-0. Or, yeah, 11-0. I'm not even wrong there. Both these teams right now, both have their individual carries, and so far, they're both having a game of their lives here, but Mixed finding ways to get back into the game and bite back when they are up against a dominant Irelia. They're not out of this just yet, folks. We got a game on our hands.
Don't worry, XT, you're not alone. I find it a little hard to fathom as well when I look at that scoreline for the Irelia and see the 11-0.
Yeah.
It's like, are you serious? We're only 24 minutes into this game, but such a dominant performance here by Korean Banana. And I love the communication there. Meowdolf and Kang Too Easy perfectly timing that play, able to take down the bottom lane, save their tier 2 tower, and continue to stay in this game. Another good fight for Mead in the aftermath. Gets them a couple of kills back, maintains that gold gap, but it's small. 1,500 gold as we hit the 24-minute mark is not that big, and as this game goes further, that's only going to become more insignificant as the Ezreal and Orianna continue to scale.
The more members that continue to generate gold and generate that pressure, the less relevant it becomes. But oh, this bot leads to trouble
Another
again.
play topside. The Shockwave's going to catch Space Dylan. He has struggled this game, and he's going to drop
teleport,
once
though.
more. Good Zongus from Meowdolf will give him the time to survive. The ultimate's
no.
actually going to miss from Korean Banana, but does it even matter? It does not. He's taken down the Orianna. Meowdolf is down. Griffey seeing the gray screen once more. The double kill for Korean Banana. The stun from Tomakun, able to dodge out from one from Korean Banana, but still the triple kill. And here comes Kang Too Easy. Good Glacial Fissure. The stun. Korean Banana is going to get the stun onto the Braum, but can he take down the Ezreal? Is it enough? It is. He takes him down. Does he flash? Oh, the Tiamat not too close. Mexi Hayden able to escape, but Korean Banana absolutely unstoppable right now.
I take back everything I just said. There's no way you could get enough gold to stop this monster of a man named Korean Banana, making the whole entire esports arena aware of his presence. And so far, 15-0. He is absolutely dominating on this game here against Mixed, but the rest of the team for Mixed is coming back up. They're looking to get this kill for Retribution.
That is no Academy Banana. That is not an LCS Banana. That is a Korean LCK brand Banana right there. He is going off 15-0 scoreline, already eclipsing. Look at that CS lead, 230-72. Griffey has just been dropped into the dumpster, sent off to the junkyard. Korean Banana says, get out of my lane, get off of my Summoner's Rift. This is my map and my game.
Oh no. That's... Griffey, I'm so sorry.
We're rooting for you, Griffey, I promise.
Griffey, you'll get it eventually. Oh, get this token in, man.
Fix is going to get caught. He got another one! Here comes the rest of the team. Good Shockwave will catch Space Dylan, who again cannot escape. Had the flash available, but wasn't up quick enough. Kilo the Clown drops as well, and that's 3 more for Mixed. They will not go down without a fight.
The Achilles heel for Mead here is the fact that the bottom lane of the map is still so weak and behind compared to the rest of Mixed here. The mid and the bottom just so behind compared to Orianna and Ezreal. They're going to be going for Baron here, but Lion Mars and Irelia are up. Let's see if Korean Banana can pull this off. It's going to take a miracle.
Mixed wants the Baron here, but it looks like they're just trying to see if they can bait in Mead for a fight. They know the Irelia is strong, but seems like Mixed feels like if they can get this outnumbered fight, they can do it. Oh, man.
Wow.
Korean Banana is pretty big. Sitting on now 4 items. Oh, my gosh. That's a near full build Irelia. We haven't even hit 30 minutes.
Yeah, I guess there are a lot of factors to consider taking that Baron, that huge minion wave up on the top side, and really respecting the skill of Korean Banana so far. Absolutely just smurfing on the competition here in Esports Arena at the moment. if you're on Mix, you got to realize that this is a team-based game. You got 5 members of your team. You still can coordinate to take out this Achilles heel here for me. And once again, the big weakness is that the rest of the team is weak, but we might be seeing a fight break out right now.
Yeah, Thix caught by the shockwave, forced the flash away and is able to escape, but does lose that summoner spell. So another good trade there for Mix. That just makes the Fish more susceptible to any sort of crowd control. Oh! Okay, folks.
Okay. We have just been informed that the graphic is wrong. Mead is actually on the left team and Mix is on the right team. So if you want to rewind your brains a little bit and just...
Or no, they just swapped it. So Mead is red side.
Yeah.
Mixed is blue side. So Korean Banana has been dominating for the mixed lineup. Mead is carrying through bottom lane.
Yep, okay, all right. Well, either way, back to the future we go here as we do see a siege coming out. Once again, a 4-1 split for the side and Mixed here. They're trying to close out this game before the rest of Mead are able to scale up and get those damage items to take out Korean Banana eventually, because eventually all gods have to fall down off their throne and no man lives forever. Korean Banana eventually will see the end of the days, but let's see if they can close out the game before this Irelia is taken out.
Yeah, so we obviously have the 4-item Aurelia looking for his 5th, sitting at 15-0. A strong lead over Griffey as the bubble does catch out Meowdolf, but he is able to escape. The follow-up is not there quick enough for Mix to get anything going. But if we look at the big carries for Mead, Meowdolf and Kang Too Easy, both sitting on 3+ items. Korean Banana, he wants more. That's the ultimate. Good shockwave, but it's not going to be enough. Here comes the Nocturne. They're trying to turn this fight around. Korean Banana, there's the GA coming out, but down goes the Braum. Can they get the Aurelia? Korean Banana just going to be able to back away, but they do take off the Guardian Angel, so that's huge. Kang Too Easy wants more. He's got to be careful. Here comes the Aurelia. He's going to get it. Dashes in. He is able to just get away, but it's not quite enough. Korean Banana still wants more blood. He's going for Griffey. The heal won't keep the Garen alive, and the Aurelia continues to run rampant in the Mead base, gets the double kill, will take down the inhibitor, and Mixed, yes, it is Mixed on the blue side. They are on to the Nexus Towers and looking to finish off this game. 18 kills out of 21 for the Aurelia, and a great statement for Mixed to take their first win in Late Night League Season 2.
There is only one food on top of the food chain here, and it will be Korean Banana devouring his competition. There's no way you can stop this fruit from absolutely demolishing the rest of the team here in Orange County. Definitely gonna feel the burn out of that one. Spokane off on fire. Korean Banana making his mark.
An absolutely impressive performance on the Aurelia, and we have to note he doesn't maintain that all kills but one record, but still 18-0-2 scoreline. That is a better than 95% participation. Woo! Little bit of a jump scare in my headset there as the graphic came up. Love you guys. Thank you for that. I think XD just almost jumped out of his skin like he did with that play topside, because I do want to make sure that we talk about a great win from Mix there, but still a solid performance from Mead. And let me get this out before I say anything. We jumped on Griffey a lot there. He struggled in the laning phase, but the Aurelia dominated across the map, so that's not by no means all on Griffey, and I think he did a good job of coming back in this game. But Kang Too Easy and Meowdolf putting things together, keeping Mead in that game throughout, kept it so close for so long despite an absolutely incredible Aurelia performance top lane.
The core of Mead, I would say, from the mid bot synergy with Meowdolf and Kang, definitely played very, very well, but unfortunately, I think the game just snowballed really out of control for this Irelia, and that just goes to show why Irelia is just such a dominant pick right now in 9.6, just being able to snowball and have a lot of tools to kind of just take the game onto your own hands, and you just saw Korean Banana use all those tools to efficiently carry that whole entire game on his back. His team, no matter how behind they were still there to help support him, help sub the kills, and in the end, Mixed were able to show why Spokane are looking like one of the more dominant regions at the moment in the late night league tournament.
Yeah, definitely a great performance from Mix there, grabbing that victory and just heavily through top lane. So we'll have to see, maybe if we see that team again, what they can bring to the table, possibly from the other things. We need Space Dylan to show up a little better. He struggled throughout that game, getting caught a lot. We are going to head to a short break right now, guys, but don't touch those browsers. We'll be right back with more action from Late Night League Season 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after a couple of great games on Summoner's Rift to kick off the night. We are back for more action here. I'm JC Yeso McDonough. Beside me, my good friend Elton X Team Mock, and he's jumping out of his chair, jumping out of his shirt almost with those last couple games, and maybe a little jump scare there at the end.
You say that I'm back, but spiritually, like I've already gone off
gone.
to the heavens.
He's
man.
floated off.
We've had
He's just a shell.
We have so much action happening here in the Summoner's Rift and Esports Arena so far, and we are not done just yet. I believe we are going to be heading into our next game here in the Central region with Boomba, a team coming on from last season, taking on Balls Deep.
Yes, Balls Deep. This should be a good time. Boomba is on the red side, Balls Deep on blue side, and since we are coming in just right at the start of the game, we get to have a little fun and break down champion select here. one thing that jumps out to me from the start, we've got a Tom Kench top lane.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about the Shaco, but
Nah.
yeah. The Tom Kench definitely going to be a very interesting pick here, especially with impressive attack. He's more of a utility top laner. He doesn't really look to winnily run the lane really hard. Just looks to kind of just be a rock in the top side and just kind of just play as much as he play to his lane. Just be as efficient as possible in the top side. Look at that. He already has 1 CS. Already over Boomba Bear. From a ward? Insane.
Yeah, definitely a great start there from Boomba, kicking off the action here. Oh, and they grab the ward.
Another one.
Coordination there from Balls Deep. Good start there. I think I just want to mention for everybody, we do actually have a little bit of a graphical error on your screen. It does show an Ocean Drake and a Cloud Drake. I don't know how they hacked the game, but apparently both teams have early elementals here. That is a graphical bug, so don't worry about that just yet. We will touch on the Drakes once those spawn and once those are on the table here. But a couple of the lane matchups we should touch on. Bot lane was a big one that we watched last game. Now we've got Jhin Thresh into the Jinx and the Vel'Koz here. What are your thoughts on the bottom lane here as we kick off laning phase?
That's a lot of damage coming out from Boomba right now. They're going to be showing why. You're going to go Boomba if you're not careful because the Vel'Koz is going to be looking to do a lot of poke damage, but so far, all it depends if they're able to survive lane.
RJ with the beautiful death sentence there catches out Harper. That is the flash forced out from the Boomba bottom laner early in this game as Jackson B gets to the bot lane right away after his first buff. He wants to affect these lanes early.
And that's the early game pressure from the Shaco, who is going to be looking to snowball his team as soon as he can, mainly in the bottom side, because you got to realize that Balls Deep doesn't really have a lot of damage over there for himself, but another hook!
Oh, and he's got the flay this time, the flash from the Vel'Koz as well as the barrier use. So another death sentence for summoner spells in the bottom lane. Boomba Time having to back away here. Clamp pretty low.
Oh,
that's the ignite, and that's the kill for Boomba Time.
Whoa.
He's going to drop in return, though. Jackson be able to take that one back with the ignite. Both summoners down there for the Vladimir in that trade.
And yeah, well, I mean, it's a 1-for-1 trade, and I'll take it. But that's both your summoners down, while Clamp didn't get a single summoner used by himself. On the top side, we see no trade.
Boomba Bear looking to munch on some Toad here. Flash away from Polo Bear. Minions
Wait a minute.
almost finishing that off.
The Shaco.
Yeah, Jackson B's up to top side. We're going to go back up there. Oh, that's big trouble. This is at worst a 1-for-1 trade.
Let's go.
As the over-aggression from Polo Bear cost him his life. Boomba Bear flashing away is going to get backstabbed here. No, he's going to turn around, go for the fight. He's trying to take the Jackson B. This is so close. Oh, it's actually going to go to the Shaco. Jackson B gets his second.
Jackson B making full use of that deceive for himself. You hate to see it happen, JC. Just kind of just popping out of oblivion. You're at like 10 HP. It's like, nope, I'm not there anymore. Sucks to suck. And yeah, the Bears in the top side gonna really feel a little bit of burn from that one as both of them are taken down and Jackson B is the victor as for some reason that's how it's gonna go out for natural selection. The guy with the real name is gonna come on top over the Bears.
Yep, Shaco coming out 2-0 start, so that's pretty good for Jackson B. You want to have those early effects on your lanes. You get a couple of early kills. That's only going to make you even more bold. Jhin Fusion waiting over the wall. Is he going to steal it away? He won't get the steal, but can he go for Jackson B here? Jackson B, does he want to stay? He's got the double longsword, so he's got the item lead here. Does he go for Jhin Fusion? Jhin Fusion getting a lot of damage here. Vladimir with the disconnect. Jackson B has to back away. Does he keep going in? He's got his top laner here. The flash in. Jhin Fusion does get the kill, but is he going to be able to escape? He actually has Boomba Bear here, so that is probably the Kayn able to survive. Boomba Bear, yep, gonna get onto Polo Bear, force the Tom Kench to back away. So great job from Jhin Fusion. He doesn't get the steal, but does get the buff transfer after taking down Jackson B.
Oh, he's looking.
Polo Bear, does he stay? Is this all just a big bait? McCallum has arrived, trying to get after Boomba Bear, but he is able to get away. Boomba Time has arrived here as well, so aggression from Boomba. Let's get them a kill and a shutdown there onto Jackson B.
And that's what we like to see in Esports Arena. Non-stop action as we're still not out of it just yet with Clamp. Actually trying to do some damage of his own. Not even wary that he's in a 2v1 situation in the bottom side of, or in the Wolves, I guess.
Yeah, these teams nobody tonight has wanted to wait and let the other team take the lead in these games. All throughout the night, we've had all of our teams going aggressive, playing forward, getting into the action. It's been nonstop. It's been a blast to cast, and hopefully these guys are enjoying playing it as much as we are enjoying watching it here. Boomba, gold is very close. Not really much to speak of in terms of a difference there, but Boomba starting to build maybe a little bit of a lead. We can check these CS differences. Pretty close in most of the lanes, though. Jinx, has gotten a little bit ahead on the Jhin.
Yep, and another thing we do want to point out is that because the reason why we're looking at this bottom lane CS differences is because RJ1009199999 has been able to land a bunch of hooks so far in this bot lane, create a lot of pressure, but hasn't been able to find a lot of success just yet. Now the poke coming out from Boom Beast and Harper72 looking to come online as Boom Bear in trouble.
Yeah, this is the 2v1 as Jackson B gets topside. No mana for the Volibear, but is able to back away. Beautiful Descends, the Flay, and that is the Boomba Beast just surviving. They're going to turn around. RJ's down. The kill for Harper.
It's a 1-for-1 trade.
It is.
Yeah.
Jinx wants more. Harper going to heal to try and escape. Has the flash available. That is the deadly flourish. Can Jinx finish it? He doesn't have the summoner spells available any longer, so Harper will get to back away so close there in the bottom lane. RJ has been dead on with these death sentences.
Never-ending action over here in Orange County so far as we look at the central region between these two teams. You're not only going to see the bottom lane action, we're going to see Cloud Drake going down to Boomba as they get the first Cloud Drake of the game. The next dragon coming after that, we'll have to really see when it spawns. But, man, RJ and Boomba, they're both beasting it up in the bot lane. They both die, unfortunately, due to their plays, but they're dishing out the damage and dealing the hurt.
I got to say, RJ is actually a veteran of Late Night League. He played last season, and I heard the question asked on the broadcast last season, and I don't have an answer yet, and I need to know, is RJ's birthday October 9th, 1999? I need to know. Is that why that's in your summoner name, or is that just a bunch of random numbers? If not, hey, that's pretty cool, RJ. I'll make sure to wish you happy birthday in October when we get there in a few months.
Yep, that could also be a student ID, or it could be a secret code to something. Who knows?
Social security number?
But either way,
I'll write those down.
Look in the bot site.
Harper trading again with Jinx. Both of these 80 carries want some kills. Harper has his first already, one of the four for Boomba, and we'll have to see if his support Boomba Beast, Boomba's all across the board here, can set Harper up for success. Another beautiful death sentence from RJ. The Flay, the Deadly Flourish will actually mix from Jinx, so they can't lock the Vel'Koz down any longer.
RJ is just a work of art right now. These hooks just landing back and forth. Every single time we pan to RJ, he somehow lands a death sentence, and I just have to be in awe of how accurate he is as we see another top lane trade.
Polo Bear is going to munch up Boomba Bear. Trade going in favor of the Tom Kench so far as he has the Grey Health to heal back up. They're again going at it in the mid lane. Boomba time trading aggressively with Callum, knowing that he has the sustain to take these consistent trades and try and work through Callum's mana bar there. The push coming again from Boomba's bottom lane. We'll have to see if RJ can get another death sentence as he's been absolutely putting on a clinic into this game. Boomba Bear wants more topside. He has no support from his jungler, so this is a pure 1v1, and he's going to get munched up. Spit back under tower, has to flash away. He's going to turn back. That's the Grey Health, though, from Polo Bear. It's not going to be enough. It is! The Volibear turns it around, but now we're getting more action mid. Jackson B is here. Boomba time is going to go into the pool, but he's burning. He's going to go down the kill to Jackson B's Shaco.
It's the healing from the Volibear that saved them the end, but the action's not done just yet.
Jackson B runs face first into the Kane here. Jhin Fusion once more. He wants the double. He has the ultimate onto Jackson B. He's going to dash out, go for Callum. The double for the Kane. Jhin Fusion won't escape, but he feels great about those two.
Got to be able to get the cleanup kills over in the mid lane. 1 and 2, and you're done. As this Kane right now going to be sitting at a scoreline of 3, 1, and 0. And non-stop action from across the map here, JC. We just can't catch a break.
I could just hear the cheerleaders in the background. Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
aggressive.
All of these games, we've got it. So much action between these teams. As again, I want to see something from the bottom lane here. We've been so close, really been walking the knife's edge with these dual lanes, but not quite anything coming out as of yet. Only, again, that single kill onto Harper, but both have been so close, and it seems like as they start to hit those first item breakpoints, it might not be enough for these teams to escape. Jackson gonna get his blue buff there, electing not to hand that off to Calamp, so we'll have to see if Calamp can hold this lane long enough, because Boomba Time, when it's been the pure 1v1, has controlled this lane very well into the Lissandra.
Yep, I feel like it's the ask and you shall receive, so in like 2 minutes from now, quote me on this, we'll be seeing a hook in the bot lane, and we're gonna see a kill. So we'll see if that happens, JC.
I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed. I'm loving it.
Or nothing can happen, and we could just 20 minutes from now, this will be the scoreline for the next 20 minutes. We'll just be like, oh, all right, I guess that was it. That was a free trial of action. If you wanna, if you wanna explore some more, we'll definitely have to subscribe to Surge. Which, by the way, you can subscribe with Twitch Prime on Esports Arena if you want to get some cool emotes and support your region.
Why not, guys? If you guys are enjoying the broadcast, why not get a little more out of it there? Again, trading in the top side, we'll have to see. Boomba Bear, man, he's got the ultimate available, has continued to walk that line against the Tahm Kench. It has worked out so far, 2-1. He's got a little bit of the magic resist grabbing those Merc Treads, but Calamp gonna get caught between a rock and a hard place, able to get the claw out of trouble there. But Jin Fusion, he wants more in that mid lane.
Man, I always have to wonder. Right, actually, I don't even get a wonder.
Nope, you don't. That is going to be the Deadly Flourish. Boomba Beast is in big trouble, able to juke out one shot. Not going to dodge the third, but the block. Good job from Harper to save his support's life.
Okay, just for the record, I did say there was going to be action happening.
There you go. It wasn't a death
okay.
sentence. You lied to me.
Okay, but it was still almost, like, it was close enough, but we do see an action top ending at the top lane right now.
Again, Boomba Bear eating a tower shot, has activated the ultimate. He has the passive coming through. Is it going to be enough this time? Polo Bear looked like he had the trade won, but Boomba Bear was able to turn it around at the last moment last time. Okay, but no more passive healing for Boomba Bear now. So that is all the health pool he's going to have if he goes for this trade soon. Again, no junglers near top side. Pure 1v1 once more. Does Polo Bear want to go aggressive here? Again, also no ultimate for Boomba Bear as well.
Bear.
So many bears, so many Boombas. We got 3 Boombas, 2 bears.
What does it mean to be a Boomba? What is it?
I don't know.
What is a Boomba?
I don't know. We're going to have to find out. We'll have to sit down. Boomba squad, if you guys are watching this in replay, we want to sit down and talk to you about your team. We want to know what a Boomba is. But Boomba Bear and Polo Bear.
No!
Oh, it will go to the Tahm Kench this time. Not quite enough for Boomba Bear. He is going to fall, his second death of the game, and Polo Bear gets on the board.
Polo Bear not are going to show why the Devourer needed a little bit of update there to see, or to show everyone that Tahm Kench is the true one who gets to eat, while Cho'Gath just sits in the corner and just like, why don't you pick me, man? I want to devour stuff,
I'm hungry.
too. But nope.
So now Polo Bear. So let's take an updated look here at the CS leads. Gold lead is just 1,000 here for Boomba. RJ eats a little bit of poke there from Boomba Beast. But things fairly close in top lane, but as you go down the map, why am I just blanking right now? Those deficits start to get a little bigger. It's late, guys. But in the mid lane, before we talk about CS, Boomba Time's in trouble. That's the ultimate from Calamp to keep himself alive. Boomba Time trying to get away. Here comes Jin Fusion. Jackson P maybe a little too far forward. The ult, it's not the clone. Jin Fusion chooses right and grabs the kill on the Shaco.
The perfect Umbreon Trumps pass right as the ultimate comes out from Jackson. Immediately guarantees that he latches onto the real Shaco, but he goes down to end. All right,
over aggressive, thinking that maybe he had the trade with Count not having the ultimate, but there's still great damage there coming out from the Lissandra.
Hook. Oh, no.
RJ wants it.
He wants it. The setup was there. Just didn't commit to it, didn't pull the trigger.
But back to these CS leads, as we mentioned, things close in the top lane, but it starts to widen as we go down the map. Jin Fusion, significant lead over Jackson B. You also add on top of that the 4 kills that he has as RJ goes in, gets the Flay. That is the Deadly Flourish that locks down Harper momentarily, but no further follow-up. Then we go to mid lane. Big lead for Boomba Time, up about 25 CS, but then it flips over to the other side. Jinx, you looking really good, working his way towards that first item, Infinity Edge, and has about a 20 CS lead over Harper.
Yep, but the thing I really want to talk about Boomba time is that the person you really don't want to have a gold lead on, or if you're on the side of Balls Deep, is this Vladimir, is mainly because he's just so efficient in making the most of his items because of his passive, being able to utilize both the HP and the AP of these items, converting that to their respective amounts. And because of that, he's able to make those items even more gold efficient for himself. This Hex Tech, this Protobelt, yeah, there we go. Is just able to be a lot more valuable compared to on any other champions because he gets a little bit more HP and AP from it simply due to his passive and scaling. And Boomba time gets to kind of just go off a little bit earlier than everyone else simply because he's just really gold efficient and continues to be a huge threat. Boomba time definitely someone we have to really look at as he doesn't seem like he got shut down in the early game and he's looking like to be a threat if continued to get left untouched in this game right now for Boomba.
Yeah, I mean, if he can get back to the backline and threaten Jinx you in these fights, obviously the Jhin, not a lot of mobility, and he stays pretty stationary in fights. He wants to activate the ultimate set up, but if there's a Vladimir right in his face, he's not going to be able to stand there and deal out the damage that he wants to. Ocean Drake does go over to Balls Deeps there, so maybe a little bit of a peek into the future with the graphic, but that is going to be Harper caught out. The ultimate coming out from the Jhin, and that is the finish. Boomba Beast goes gold, but it won't save his life. The kill to Calamp, and that's 2 for Balls Deep.
And that's Balls Deep executing a very clean dive in the bottom side. No one going to be going down to end right there, but Boomba Bear looking for retribution, but don't think he wants to go to a 1v4 situation.
I don't know if that's worth it. He's a big boy, but there's a lot of damage coming out from these members of Balls Deep, so Boomba Bear will just look to set up to grab that minion wave. Jhin Fusion is top side.
The mid lane, though.
Mid lane, the push. Yeah, Boomba time takes that tier 1, is actually threatening the tier 2 now. Also something to note, the Rift Herald was grabbed by Boomba. That is on Jhin Fusion now, so he can... He may elect to drop it top lane as Polo Bear has left. We'll have to see. He certainly could drop it mid. So they're making the play. If I'm Jhin Fusion right now, I drop Rift Herald now.
Well, Tom Kench right now going to be looking for some food here. And I guess for some reason I took some flavor players. Boomba time going to be taken down. Let me have this one, JC, as he's going to be taken down here tonight. And Balls Deep going to be showing why they'll be going for those kills here in the end here, JC, as you talked about the Rift Herald on the top side right now. Going to be able to take a tower and 2 towers in the mid lane. That's absolutely absurd.
Yeah, and this actually is going to get the charge onto the tier 2, so another big chunk out of the tower there. So good use of the Rift Herald top side by Boomba, but they're going to lose a big chunk of damage mid. Is this going to go down? They've got the minions to do it. It's just, are they scared enough of Boomba to back away? Looks like they will. Boomba Beast should be enough to discourage any further push here. Here comes Boomba Bear, but the Vel'Koz is going to drop in the flash away from Jinxu. Good job by the Jhin. Now here comes Jhin Fusion. Jin's everywhere. Bears and Boombas, and down goes Jinxu. Jhin Fusion gonna get another kill there. Boomba takes down the Jhin, and now here comes Boomba with the push. Jackson waiting in the brush. He wants to take down the Kayn. Jhin Fusion drops, and Jackson with his 4th kill. Polo Bear has munched up Boomba Bear, and now the Volibear drops as well. Now Harper and Boomba time have to back away, but Balls Deep wants to go for more. The claw in, Calamp with the flash, doesn't use the shard on the Jinx, instead elects to lock down the Vladimir, but can he escape? He's got the pool. He's gonna get stunned, but there's not enough range here for Balls Deep. Harper's just free firing. Calamp is solo. Polo Bear's down. That's an excited Jinx. Jackson running away as the Vladimir is dead, but down goes the Shaco. That's 2 for Harper, 72.
A back and forth fight. You talked about the push and pull from both these teams. It's just absolutely unreal. It started off where it looked really good for Boomba, then Balls Deep able to bite back after Boomba, a little bit too over aggressive, but Harper comes out on top as the Jinx with a double kill of his own and finally finding a way to get his footing into this game. Once again, folks, here at Esports Arena, we're looking at another intense game here. Non-stop action back and forth from both these teams here to kick off the late night league here for Season 2.
It really seemed like as soon as Calamp used the Glacial Shard on Boomba time, Harper was like, this fight is mine. I get to stand back. There's no threat of the Lysandre ultimate on me now. I could just free fire with the rockets, and absolutely went out I mean, nearly had the triple kill. Callum escaping with a sliver of health, but Harper doing a lot of work on the Jinx. Now has the Infinity Edge, looking to get the Zeal item next, sitting at 3-1 and starting to close that CS gap a little bit, but this Jinx has arrived in this game. I just got to note all the crossover here. We've got 2 bears and a bear champion, 3 Boombas, a Jhin, and someone named Jhin, a Jinx, and someone named Jinx. Guys, what are you doing to me? I don't know who's who. I'm talking champions, I'm talking names, you're mixing me up, but Calamp has walked right into Boomba time. The claw away should buy enough space there for the Lissandra to escape.
Is Lissandra a lamp?
A lamp.
I feel like she looks
you
like
know
a
what?
lamp. I don't know.
Thresh is a 10091999. It's perfect. They're all just named after their champions. Vel'Koz is a beast. It all makes sense now. Yeah. It all adds up. Everything just kind of
we just pieced
came
the
together.
puzzles together. Yeah, high or fist bump. You may not see him, but we just
That's
cracked
okay.
the code over here on the caster's decks here, but we're not over just yet.
Jinx, you in trouble as Boomba Time wants to chase down the Jhin, the Super Mega Death Rocket. They will trade kills back. Jackson B takes down the Vlad, but Jinx, you will fall to Boomba Time.
Okay, you can't do a 2v1 just quite yet, Boomba Time, but thank goodness he had to Harper to help clean up the kills with Super Mega Death Rocket there for himself to help close things out once again. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Both these teams are still neck and neck, but the Cloud Drake once again spawning again. If you want to go fast, you got to get this Cloud Drake under your arsenal. The second one's going to get started up by Boomba.
Not fair that Spectator Client was peeking into the future as the Cloud Drake is going to be secured there by Boomba, but here comes the fight. Jhin Fusion has ulted, but here comes the laser from Boomba Beast. Down goes Jackson B. That's 3 dead. Make it 4. That's going to be 5. No, Jinx, she was actually in the base, but still 4 dead as Balls Deep just disintegrates in the pit.
The life disintegration rate to absolutely eviscerate the rest of Balls Deep in the Dragon's Pit. They had nowhere to go after they took the blast cone, and they suffered for their mistake. Boomba capitalizing on that fight, able to take down 4 with a snap of the fingers. Boomba Beast, he may not be Thanos, but he absolutely took them apart here as Boomba are looking for the Baron.
Thank you for making the Thanos reference. As soon as you said snap, I needed it as Balls Deep just disintegrated in the face of the Vel'Koz. Boomba now looking for the Baron. The challenge is not going to be anywhere nearby from Balls Deep. Jinx Yu is coming through from the blue buff, but the Baron is going to fall at 22 minutes and 30 seconds. Boomba able to grab the Baron. They want more here. Jinx Yu, he's in trouble. There's the flash from Boomba Bear. He's going to go gold, but it won't save him. RJ gets in. Good flay. The Devour from Polar Bear will keep him alive. Now here comes the ult from the Jhin. He's trying to fire onto the backline, but they're getting damage onto Polar Bear. RJ is down, but the Jinx is dead. Jackson B with the kill. The carries are falling. Here comes Balls Deep. Polar Bear trying to get onto Boomba Time. It's just the 2v3 here, but they are going to be able to take down. Boomba
Jinx, you should help him out. He's gone.
Polo Bear. Oh my goodness. The kill's coming through. That's the ace for Boomba.
Bang! Whatever it takes coming out from Boomba. Whatever it takes to win this game. They didn't reset because they didn't need it at all. Boomba take the Baron, and they're looking to continue to take the game. 3 members up for 5. Take it down on Balls. The Boomba right now are on fire.
Boomba looking to push. They've got the Baron buff, and they want to force the issue now. They know they have the lead, up 5,500 gold here at 24 minutes. Boomba very much in control of this game, and they've got the gold where it needs to be. The Jinx is big, the Kayn is very big, and Boomba Time is just a consistent threat. Even if he's not getting kills, he just buys so much attention from Balls Deep that they can't focus on the priority target.
It's that gold efficiency coming out from the Vladimir because he's able to continuously make the most of his items and do as much damage as he wants because of how much free AP he's able to get from his passive. And that's why, even with utility-based items, he's able to burst to Jinx you down from the beginning of the fight. Wish we could get a replay on that, but Boomba Time, that fight all started because of me. He saw the opportunity, he took it with his own 2 bare hands, and absolutely made Balls Deep regret their decisions from challenging that Baron. Boomba right now, let's see what they can do off this Baron.
Oh man, they're looking to get the push going and break down some structures. It's a 4-1 lead in towers for Boomba. They're looking to make it 5 as they threaten the top side. Callan, wow, taking a lot of damage there from Boomba time. Here comes the rest of the team. Good death sentence over the wall is going to catch Boomba Bear. Can they save the tower? They're looking for the kills. Boomba Bear is going to drop. Can they get to? Good ultimate onto the Vladimir. He's going to flash away in the pool, but here comes the ultimate from the Jhin. Jukes one shot. Is it going to miss the second? Takes down the Shaco. Can he get another? He's going to survive the sustain coming through. RJ low, but the kill comes through for Jinx U.
That's 4 people it takes to take down 2 members, but the bot lane push is still going to be there as the rest of Balls Deep is trying to reset at the moment. This tower is going to be going down, JC. A lot of resources used to take down 2 members from Boomba, but Boomba is going to respond with a tower of their own. Polo Bear is going to be in trouble. He's going to get taken down. The Lantern so close. He tries to grab it, and now RJ is going to suffer.
There's the life disintegration ray. The Jinx able to grab one. Harper is excited. Does he want more? So that's a 2-for-2 trade in the bottom lane there.
Right. And the action is going to take a break from now. We both get to have a breather, JC, non-stop.
Everybody in through the nose, out through the mouth. Take a drink of water. Take a blow here. We've got a little bit of a break in the action. The Drake is up in 20 seconds, so we'll have to see if Balls Deep wants to contest that here. Maybe get something going. Jackson B is nearby. We'll clear out some wards. Is his team going to respond, though? Drake is up in now 10 seconds. Jhin Fusion will be up, so they have the smite advantage to start, as Jhin Fusion will be late to get to the pit. Does Balls Deep prioritize this Cloud Drake, though?
We probably will see them taking this Cloud Drake simply because you want to get that triple Cloud Drake there, right? Because they want to go as fast as possible. They want to catch people out, and they want to make sure they're going to be in control with their unexpected burst damage and team fighting abilities. If you look at the minimap right now, they're going to be looking to start on that Dragon here. Jhin Fusion's going to be able to meet up. We're looking at a 4-for-4 right now at the bottom side of the map. But this Cloud Drake probably going to just go over to the side of Boomba. They're going to be fast as heck, guys. They're going to be looking at triple.
This is going to be a very quick Boomba lineup who should be able to rotate around the map so unbelievably quick. And then they also still get that boost of movement speed in combat. They're looking for it now. And Boomba Beast looking to slow him down, looking for RJ. RJ going to take a little more poke. Can Bolo Bear save his support? He will munch him up and spit him back to safety. So Balls Deep survives for the time being. Calamp getting a little bit of a push top lane, trying to hold Boomba Bear at bay. They don't want pressure in all 3 lanes, and that is the Lissandra, the only thing standing between Boomba and that 3-lane push to the base.
Yep, and the only thing stopping Boomba from completely being able to end the game is the defense coming out from Balls Deep. They're still going to be looking to see if they can find a way to kind of just get this game back under control. Yes, they're behind, but they still have the tools to kind of get the way they want to if they're able to get a crucial pick. But Harper being able to outscale out of control is going to be at that point very soon. We do see in the top side of the tower going down. We might be seeing Boomba starting things off.
Here comes the ult from the Jhin, and there is Calamp getting into the backline. RJ gonna pull the cane under his tower. Jhin Fusion just flashing away, knowing he was in trouble, but he can. Okay, he gets through the wall. Jinx, you nearly take him down. He's got the Jhin. There's the life disintegration ray. Down goes the Thresh, and here comes Calamp. He's low, but the ult will save him for now. Jinx U falls, but he's got the Guardian Angel. Harper's low, but they should be able to take down the Jhin. It's trivial there. Another kill. 2 down for Balls Deep. Make that a 3rd as Jackson B falls, and we've got the 5 versus 2 push from Boomba. They want to finish this game. Polo Bear with the valiant defense. He's a tanky boy, but can he save the base? Calamp is here as well. Jhin Fusion is low, so it looks like Boomba going to take the safe route and back away for now.
That's the scaling we like to see coming out from Boomba. The Vladimir and the Jinx going to be coming up huge for Boomba at the moment. Able to tear apart Balls Deeper at the moment as they're continuing to struggle with Boom Bear. Maybe a 1 going down.
Yeah, Calamp trying to do the damage, but alone doesn't seem to have enough to work through all the health and magic resistant Boomba Bear. Polo Bear's here as well. It's going to take them just such a long time to take down Boomba Bear, but they will get it. But here comes Jhin Fusion. He's low on mana, though. One thing to note, that's the double kill. Just a free kill there for Calamp as Jhin Fusion shows up with no mana.
The Ghost of Boomba Pass was there to take down Jhin Fusion in the end there, too. Jin Fusion just ran into his death, unfortunately, and now Balls Deep gotta feel really good about getting two
Super
crucial
Mega
members.
Death Rocket, Calamp, woo!
Woo!
Passing like ships in the night. I gotta say, Super Mega Death Rocket is one of my favorite ability names in this game as the setup for Baron starts here from Balls Deep. Jin Fusion still down for over 20 seconds, so there's no smite available. Here comes Jinx U. Do they start it, or do they just set up for the fight? They seem a little timid around the Baron right now. They don't feel confident enough to take it yet.
Yeah, and it's mainly just because they don't have the ability to take the Baron as fast as they want. You look at the composition, it's all burst damage. They don't have sustained damage able to take down that Baron as fast as they like, nor do they have the Mountain Drake, so it's a huge risk. They can only get the Baron if they are able to come out on top of the fight, and that means they have to get a crucial pick on the either Harper or Boomba, but at the moment, it's going to be looking really hard, especially with the way Boomba Time and Jin Fusion are constantly able to play, set up the kills for Harper, who's able to just go run rampant on the Balls Deep.
Jin Fusion is going to grab the blue buff there. And Booma's going to start to set up vision around the Baron here. They want to deny the vision from Balls Deep so they can look up to set up probably for a little bit of a Baron bait here. They know that Balls Deep is looking at that Baron saying, if we give this away, this game is over. But Booma has started it off. The response is going to be so late. The Jinx does great damage to the Baron. Here comes the team. Polo Bear going to ult in with the Lysandre. They're going to just try and disrupt here. Ult coming out from the Jin. It's a 3,000 health. But down goes the Lysandre. Calamp is dead. Jackson be soon to follow. The Baron's still alive, doing work for both teams, but that's 3 dead for Balls Deep. They're running for their lives, but it won't be enough. The lineup will go Boomba as Boomba Time grabs his second kill, and that should be it. Baron on Boomba, and they're looking to close this game.
Boomba able to bait Balls Deep into taking a bad Baron fight, and unfortunately, it was a desperation call from Balls Deep. They couldn't let it go. If they let Boomba have the Baron, they're going to be looking to end the game, and that's what they're doing right now. Balls Deep with a valiant attempt to save the game here, but Boomba will come out on top in the Central region at Esports Arena, and so far, folks, the action has not stopped. We've got nothing but fights over and over again. These teams are ready to play here, JC.
Really felt like a lose-lose situation there for Balls Deep.
Yeah, and so we just calm things back down as we are back at Orange County.
One more deep breath, folks.
A little bit of deep breaths doesn't help here. And wow, nothing but action here in Esports Arena here all day, JC. We aren't even done the night yet, but that's Boomba showing why they are the veterans here coming into Season 2. Very, very, very exciting gameplay to watch from both these teams, but in the end, Boomba just making things go boom.
Boomba finally got to the point where you talked about such an efficient build from the Vladimir. He takes so good advantage of his item build there and just becomes a threat that even if he's not getting kills, he just buys so much time. He's so hard for, Balls Deep to kill in the fights that he just becomes too much of a focus. And then you've got Harper just free firing in the backline. Jin Fusion causing so much damage on the Kayn. It just got to the point where finally Boomba was able to get to the point where they could pull Balls Deep across the map, set up the plays that they wanted. They controlled the neutral objectives, getting the triple Cloud Drake, so they're able to continue to move around the map well. Couple of Barons and a great fight at the end. I think perfect timing there for them to set up around the Baron, and they absolutely delete Calamp there. He comes in with the ultimate from the Tahm Kench, gone, just like that. And as soon as that happened, that fight is done. You've got a 4v5 and you're already down 8 to 10,000 gold. That is just not going to go well for Balls Deep.
No, sir, that is not going to go well for Balls Deep at all. Unfortunately, their early game composition couldn't really hold up to the massive team fighting coming out and scaling from Boomba in the end there. And the Central Valley, once again, or the Central region, sorry, is going to be known for the Boomba squad here over at Esports Arena. But don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be taking a quick Boomba break. But when we come back, me and JC are going to continue to cover the action happening all over the region in the Esports Arena. Stay tuned for some more Late Night League.
Okay, folks, we are back here at Esports Arena Orange County with Late Night League Season 2. We are into the Western Region Finals here with Asian Imports facing off against Boomba, or excuse me, I believe it's the Central Finals. Yeah. Central Finals here. Asian Imports coming to us from Colorado Springs and Boomba out of Fort Worth, Texas. So congratulations on these teams for making it to the Week 1 Finals here. And we're right into pick and ban. Just initial thoughts here as we kick things off.
Okay, KO got locked in.
KO got locked in. There we go. We got it. Okay. All right.
I'm kidding.
Just that's, you know what? We did the analysis earlier. It's KO. You guys know what's coming. An absolutely beast of a scaling champion.
KO is just absolutely, in my opinion, the best champion to pick right now at 9.6. Is just absolutely dominating the meta because of just how much pressure she gives if you don't shut her down, and if you don't end the game fast enough, she is just able to just tear apart the competition because, once again, she does not scale off of gold unlike many other champions in League of Legends. She primarily scales off levels, and if she's able to safely get to level 11, she becomes just such a massive threat that any team has to deal with and could completely shred through anyone regardless because of the true damage being in from her passive there. It's just absolutely crazy to deal with.
So great to see a couple of teams that we have already brought to the table in our first 3 Summoners Rift games of the day. And going to be interesting to see these two teams duke it out for the top of the table here in week number 1. Some interesting bans that have come out. The Hecarim that we talked about earlier is banned out, so the KO won't have to deal with that matchup in the top lane. We expect it to be the Volibear again for Boomba Bear, running it back here in the final game of the day for them.
Wow, I'm really surprised that actually so many players are like very, very renounced with the Volibear pick here. You know,
it's come back in the last few patches.
Yeah,
just
it's really surprising to finally see Volibear kind of get the love that he got after the quality of life changes. And you know, Volibear, we never really had the time to talk about why he's seeing this play, and he's just a really flexible champion, believe it or not. We've seen him succeed both in the top and jungle, and he is, you know, a pretty unpredictable champion. And also, he has a simple enough kit in which players can really utilize if they're not really familiar with the Volibear matchup here. But both these teams, though, I think they are very familiar with this bear, as both Bear King and Boomba Bear have played it respectively in their own matches. We saw Asian Imports play it earlier in their victory there, and now we're going to be looking to see if that is going to be enough to take the game here this week.
So we've got the Jinx locked in here for Harper. Do we see Kenazito go back to the Sivir that they won with earlier today? They've got Spiky back on the Nami. Do they run that one back?
I think right now what you want to get is, that Sivir, because she is going to be able to have that punish for the Jinx here. Able to push her in, constantly shove her in, and get some items early. But I'm no Captain Flowers, but I love this pick. This Skarner, if they lock it in, is going to be very exciting to watch, and also a very, very good pick to get, especially if they want to lock down this Jinx.
So you talk about when we look at the lineup here for Boomba, there's quite a bit of mobility for the Lee Sin, Volibear, and Talon. But your priority target that you're probably going for is Harper 72. Granted, the Talon can be a beast as well. For Boomba time, not getting the Vladimir this time around as it was banned out, but Bear King on the Skarner could have the right pick there to get onto Harper and try and shut him down. If he can set that up with the Scatter of the Week from Morshoes on the Syndra, could mean really good things for Asian Imports if they get the fights that they need. But we're seeing a little bit of early game pressure. Morshoes should be fairly good in the laning phase on the Syndra, but a lot of scaling coming out from Asian Imports in the forms of the Kayle and the Sivir. You always talk about those multi, 300, 400 breakpoint, CS breakpoint for the Sivir, and then Kayle, you wanting to hit that level 11, level 16, get access to more parts of her kit, and get after it.
Yep, and right now we are going to be throwing to a quick commercial break before we head into the game here. So stick around, stay tuned, but don't go anywhere. When we are back, Asian Imports and Boomba are going to fight each other to see who takes the central.
All right, guys, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the view there of our friends over at the Colorado Springs location. Asian Imports over there competing for the victory here in Week 1 as they enter the Central Region Finals. And we waved them a little hello. Love that they seem to realize at the last moment, hey, we're on stream. So hope you guys are having fun over there. We're certainly having a blast here, and hope everybody at home watching these games is having as much fun as we are.
Yep, right now over here in Orange County, we are giving you guys some of the best action we could possibly find at the Esports Arena. It's been a lot of fun this night, and the finals are going over at the Central Region at the moment. Going to be very excited to see if the Asian Imports are going to be able to take down the Boomba squad. Team Boomba, I don't know. Boomba!
Just Boomba.
Boomba! And the Boomba, and the Boomba.
Now you're Italian.
I don't know. Is it really Italian? I don't think it's Italian.
I don't know. It looked like you were trying to put on a little bit of an Italian accent.
Well, I'm not Italian. I can tell you that right now.
That's all right. But we've got an all-American matchup here for you as our friends from Colorado Springs and Asian Imports going against Boomba here in the Central Region Finals for Week 1. Have already seen both of these teams here today, have had a couple of impressive performances from them, and now we'll have to see who can come in and carry the momentum from earlier in the day into these finals. We're about to get into game and kick things off onto the Rift. Here we go.
All right. So this game, I'm going to be looking at one champion. JC, what do you think that champion is?
Lee Sin, right?
So close, but yet so far. It's actually going to be the KO because that's going to be the name of the game. You talked about it earlier, JC. Whenever KO is in the game, it's all about her. And you have to play around her power spikes and not letting this champion get out of control. Once again, yes, her early game is going to be weak. She is going to struggle a little bit. But once she gets to that safe point at level 11, she starts to get out of control and starts to just be it's the question mark pings are coming out here as Spiky failed to dodge a Q coming out from Booma Beast. This KO is going to be the name of the game here because if Asian Imports are able to stall this game out long enough, this KO will be a force to be reckoned with, as I don't believe any single champion from Boomba, unless they snowball as hard as control like Green Bernata did earlier in the Western, will be able to handle this KO when she hits level 11. The question is, though, what's she going to build, and that will definitely be answered as the game goes on.
So one thing I want to talk about here when we talk about playing around the Kale here, the Skarner is not too bad in the early game. His clear is very good, but his ganking pressure is not as strong. He can get a stun, but it's not quite to the level of the Lee Sin. So the question here I have is, Jin Fusion, can he get up there and put enough pressure on this Kale to give Boomba Bear a lead and get the kill far enough behind to where he can maybe focus on the rest of the map, because he should have the advantage getting up to top lane and making things happen to get this Kale behind.
Yeah, definitely, but so far we are going to be seeing he is going to be maybe looking towards getting that bot lane clear just first. And, you know, there's a reason why a lot of these junglers are starting to start in the red buff. Red buff more mainly because they want to get that early. Oh, Morshu's in trouble.
Yeah, the barrier forced out there from Morshu's as Boomba Time drops the Ignite, getting a great early trade on the Talon.
Ooh.
So one summoner spell for one there. Jin Fusion looking to go in on Bear King, maybe get a little bit of a trade here, but the Smite does get the chickens for Bear King, and he will actually get Jin Fusion to just back away. Jin Fusion able to retreat to the safety of his mid laner.
Nope,
he's going to land and go in onto Bear King, but the follow-up is not there from Boomba Time, so little more excitement than action we are getting here as Draco Ham getting a bit of a push on the Kale into the top lane tier 1.
Yep, good punish coming out from Jin Fusion, getting a Raptor for himself, knowing that even though the Skarner does have red buff, he isn't going to be able to out-trade the Lee Sin just yet, just due to the early game damage coming out from this champion. So, really good initiative there from Jin Fusion, and also taking advantage of the fact that Morshu's just lost a trade into mid lane. So, you do see on our mini-map, though, Lee Sin's going to do what you want him to do, going for the gank at the top side.
Yep, going up to the top lane is a good trade bot for Spiky and Kenazito. Does get a solid start there for Asian Imports. Draco Ham's in big trouble.
Good
Flashes away. Good job. Way to wait for the follow-up there from Jin Fusion, knowing that he cannot follow on the Lee Sin. Flashes away to safety. Spiky going to take a lot of poke. Ooh, wow. Boomba Beast nearly finishing that off, but Jin Fusion has not left lane yet, but able to finish off the kill there. So Dracoham still all right in top lane, and actually still had a CS lead up until that moment there. So Dracoham holding his own against the Volibear.
Yeah. Once again, you got to really keep in mind that when you are playing the Kayle, as we do head into a pause due to a couple of disconnects, fortunate issues, we do have to really keep in mind that the Kayle here isn't really going to be looking to win the lane here, but also just looking to really just mainly stay even in lane here, just trying to see if they are able to kind of just, you know, get this KO as safe as possible, because once again, it's not about her early game that makes her dominant, it's about her mid to late game scaling.
Yeah, apologies for the short delay here, folks. Couple of disconnects there. Going to hopefully get those resolved momentarily and then get back to the game. But you can enjoy this beautiful view of our Colorado Springs location. Asian imports coming out of there, as we mentioned earlier, looking to take down the Fort Worth Juggernauts in Boomba. As we look further into this game, let's talk a little bit more about mid lane. We've got the Syndra into the Talon. The trade has already gone in favor of Boomba there. They've got a little bit more pressure. So the laning phase looking to be a little more in Talon's favor as the Syndra just tries to stay safe and farm out. But as we start to hit mid and late game, what are your kind of thoughts on that matchup?
I will definitely have to say that the Talon is going to be looking to punish the Syndra as much as she can in the earliest games, because Syndra isn't going to be doing as much burst damage as she'd like compared to the Talon. But the only problem is that Syndra is going to have that wave clear advantage over the Talon. So Talon should be able to look to punish the wave clear attempts by the Syndra if she's not careful. This is more or less going to be Talon looking for opportunities as opposed to Syndra looking to see if she can get the trade. So it's just the difference in champion abilities right there. Syndra's looking more or less towards level 6 power spike, while Talon's just going to be looking for that early game burst, and it's only going to be emphasized a little bit more when she hits level 6, while Syndra kind of comes online when she does hit level 6, if that makes sense, you know?
Now we look down to the bottom lane. We already saw some early trades there. Kenazito and Spiky taking quite a bit of damage there, but coming back as well. Spiky has been able to land a bubble there. So as this laning phase goes on, we've got the Jinx into the Sivir. And you liked that Sivir pick into the Jinx, able to punish and get the push going. But as that goes on, the Sivir scales fairly well, and you get that kind of AoE damage. Does it become a little bit more of an even matchup when you hit the team fights because they both have that big AoE damage? Do you see a big change there?
I think the biggest thing about these two champions is just that range, because Sivir, you got to remember, she's not as far ranged as compared to the Jinx rockets, and that is going to be the main difference between these two. Like I said earlier, the early game is definitely going to be in the favor of the Sivir, because she's able to constantly shove in and punish the low damage from Jinx. But as the game progresses and time goes on, soon it's going to be that long-range Jinx that's going to be finding the more of the damage end here, because she's able to get those immediate crit AoE damages. And we are back in the game here. The pause has been resolved. We are looking to see who's going to take it on, as we do see, once again, like I just said, the Sivir just going to be looking to shove in this Jinx all game long.
I mean, if I'm Harper, I'm not feeling too bad. I mean, Kenazito's just throwing pizza slices at me. I'm pretty hungry. I would feel pretty good about that. Draco's in trouble. The canceled autos almost look like Boomba with a little bit of a BM there, but able to secure first blood with the solo kill top, and Dracoham not off to the start that he wanted on the Kayle.
Yep, Dracoham unfortunately going to be going down, but does thankfully have that teleport, so he isn't going to be able to miss too much. But still, you kind of want to avoid that, as we are looking at the build path here. I did say earlier that there are many, many viable build paths for this Kayle. You can go AP, on hit, or crit. It looks like we're looking at maybe the AP build here. Nash's to start to maybe the Lich Bane into something like the Death Cap here to get that burst damage, to also take care of the fact that their team needs a little bit more AP sustain damage, since they already have AD sustained damage. So yeah, completely reasonable here, but I think a lot of people do favor the AD build a little bit more because of that early sheen.
Do get that early sheen and that very scary late game TU fighting damage. Kenazito going to get some good poke out there with the Boomerang Blade, as the bubble from Spiky does catch Harper. Then Harper, very low on health, isn't forced to use the heal, just backs away and going to look to farm up under tower. And with Spiky and Kenazito backing away, Harper can feel pretty safe to try and maintain, or excuse me, close this CS deficit that Kenazito has been able to build up. So the pressure from Asian Imports bot lane has resulted in a small lead for Kenazito and Spiky.
Yep, but we do see right now over in the top side, Dracoham still struggling, and he had the ultimate actually. Gets taken down by Boomba Bear, and this KO definitely going to struggle in this early game weakness at the moment. Bear King, though, looking for a trade, pass flash out.
Yeah, going aggressive there onto Boomba time, but getting burst out in the Ignite. Bear King wants nothing of that and will flash away. Jin Fusion not there soon enough to finish off the kill, but still Boomba taking no prisoners right now as Boomba Bear has dominated this top lane matchup. Wasn't quite sure on how this would go, but Boomba Bear has looked very good on the Volibear. No surprise that now that he's running this back.
Once again, there is that clear weakness with the KO that she doesn't exactly have the best early game compared to other champions. You know, she's going to start off as a melee champion before she transitions to a full range. And it does take some time for her to kind of come online. She doesn't get that extra range damage. She doesn't get those extra waves until she hits level 6, which she just did. Her trading into early game is going to be really lackluster, and it's all about just making sure she can keep up the go with the Kleptomancy, occasionally poking out with the E to get those stacks, and the Q to kind of clear the wave. So you can't be pushed up far like that, or else you get really punished there. So Dracoham maybe has to play a little bit safer, or else she's going to continue to fall even more behind to Boomba Bear here. So kind of have to farm under tower at this point, and that's kind of what KO players kind of have to accept if they are in a bad matchup. They kind of just have to understand they're constantly going to be under a lot of pressure by a champion with a lot of early game, but if the game goes on long enough, they're going to be able to kind of catch back up.
Dracoham needing to just hold on right now. Again, waiting for those big breakpoints, level 11 and level 16, becoming more of a threat, getting access to that range to be able to clear waves better, take some more aggressive trades, and have that little room for some breather with the ranged ability there. So Dracoham just needs to bide his time. The 2 deaths here in the early game doesn't help his case whatsoever, but he's still not out of it. The rest of the team looking all right, holding well in the lanes. Bot lane looking good so far. Kenazito and Spiky getting the push, building a bit of a lead. So Asian Imports by no means out of this game, just not the ideal start topside that they would like.
Yeah, definitely. And now in the top side, we are going to understand that Asian Imports is going to be constantly playing with a deficit here. But over on the side of Boomba, they have to note that right now they are against a ticking time bomb. We have to see how far they push this lead in the top side before KO can really come online. Once again, she doesn't really scale off items as much as other champions. She scales off those levels. And when she hits that level 11, level 16, she becomes extremely hard to deal and play against if you're not careful. As we do see on our screen right now, it's Colorado Springs.
Say hi, Colorado. Good to see you guys. You're on stream.
They aren't really going to be... I'm not really sure if they're going to be able to notice us, the Asian Imports, playing on the screen right there. But we are still waiting on this pause to get resolved. It looks like the players right now have been able to get back in the game. But you have to realize that we are on a little bit of a spectator delay. So not everything is real time. And 3 minutes from now, I'm pretty sure when Asian Imports are going to just look back and be like, hey, we were in a pause. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's all right. As we look further into this game, obviously tons of time to break down this matchup so far. So let's talk a little bit here about how the jungle has gone. We've got the Lee Sin into the Skarner, and we talked about Jin Fusion possibly trying to get some pressure top lane. Now, he hasn't needed to do that. Boomba Bear has just 1v1'd twice and gotten a couple of kills. So that has allowed Jin Fusion to focus a little bit more on CSing and maybe go to the other lanes. He's gone mid a couple of times. Your thoughts on how the junglers are playing out the early game so far?
I think right now the junglers are just playing the game that they have to do.
Okay.
Of course, we haven't really seen the kills come in for either of the champions just yet, but, you know, we did see them have apply pressure in the top and mid sides a couple times before. Just haven't led to anything great yet. But the Lee Sin being able to get that top side gank early, although it didn't result in a kill, it did result in that solo kill you were talking about earlier. Due to the lack of summoners on this KO and the lack of safety that the KO has, you know, is just going to allow her to get continued punished and run down by this Volibear, who's just continuously try to get this KO in her sights, or in his sights, sorry. But we look at Skarner, and he hasn't hit level 6 yet. He hasn't really had to have a lot of pressure as he much had before. What Skarner's really going to be doing is, like, it's kind of like the Nocturne story here. He's just going to be trying to kind of just build up those levels and eventually get to hit on certain are certain parts of the game just being able to just run into the teams and just kind of apply as much pressure as you can. We do see
Hi, guys.
the Asian imports waving high and back again, as we are going to be looking at a little bit of a blue wall.
Yeah, again, apologies, guys, for the delay. Thank you so much for sticking with us through these pauses as we get these technical issues resolved. And just like that, thanks will get you anywhere. And that's going to get us back to the game. I don't know. Draco hoping that Bear King can keep him alive here. He's got level 6, so he has the ultimate, is going to be activated there. Some damage coming out onto Boomba Bear. Boomba Bear trying to survive, has the passive healing. Can he munch him down? He will, but it's a 1-for-1 trade as Bear King grabs one in return.
A little bit of an early ultimate there. Asian imports on Draco Ham has already able to kind of distance himself from the Volibear there. But unfortunately, didn't really be patient enough. Is going to get taken down. It's a 1-for-1 trade over in the top side, but will help out the KO a little bit, as well as giving Bear King a little bit of a kill on the Skarner so far.
Draco Ham just still trying to hold on. Bear King with his first gank to the top lane. Successful, with air quotes, as Draco Ham goes down, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade, so not too bad. You get, obviously, the shutdown gold as well, especially because Boomba Bear hits 3 kills there, so that's just more gold into Bear King's pocket as he tries to build a bit of a lead over Jin Fusion. He's got the minor CS lead there, and with the kill in his pocket, going to feel good to start getting going here on the Skarner, see if he can affect his other lanes. Won't have the ultimate available for a little while longer. Could maybe possibly look to go to bot lane as Harper and Boomba Beast have been continually pushing down here. Kanazito taking some poke from Boomba Beast, but good boomerang blade there. Will knock the Vel'Koz down to about 300 health. Does the Skarner get down here soon enough? Ward will spot him out if he comes down through River, but it is pinged out by Asian imports, so they know that's there.
Right, and Skarner isn't really going to be able to find a gank anytime soon due to Impale being down, but we see a fight.
They may not need it. Boomba Beast flashing away. He's burning from the Ignite. The auto, the heal from Harper. Does it keep him alive? One more empowered auto. The kill for Spiky as Boomba Beast falls, but we're getting some action near mid. Morshoes taking some damage, trying to knock them down. There's the ultimate of Jin Fusion. He's so low, the kill to Morshoes. Bear King will fall, so it's a 1-for-1, but there's a scatter of the week for Morshoes. Does he have enough damage? Isn't going to land it.
Oh, there's
there, the disconnect from the Vel'Koz, but we'll still focus on mid. Boomba team time, flashing over the boomerang blade and the finish from Kanazito.
Yep, and unfortunately, we may be looking at another pause just due to disconnect, and unfortunately it looks like Boomba may be having some issues with the internet tonight. Not really too sure on what's happening here, but once again, we are going to be looking to see on how this game is going to be going now. It's a push and pull once again, and both these teams are both finding kills back and forth, but so far, it seems Boomba Time is a little bit more comfortable with the position they're currently in because they have been able to quell the KO for a little bit, as the bottom lane for Boomba Time may be struggling a tiny bit.
Yep, and good aggression there from Spiky and Kanazito, recognizing the power that they had, catching the Boomba bottom lane, pushing a little too far forward, and Spiky's got access to the ultimate, sets that one up easy, sets himself up for the kill, and has the Tidecaller's Blessing to empower those auto attacks and to finish off the Vel'Koz to get a kill down there. So good on the Asian imports bottom lane to grab that kill and start to build a bit of a lead down there. They're getting the advantage, and while top lane may not be going in their favor, if they can hold on to bot, stall this game out long enough to allow Draco Ham to come to those big breakpoints, could be huge for Asian imports, because if that bot lane's still falling behind, I mean, essentially the entire map falls apart at that point, and it's Boomba's game to lose.
And over here, once again, we are looking at the Esports Arena down at Colorado Springs. The players are springing into action here as everyone else from Colorado are waiting to see if the Asian imports are going to be walking away with a win here tonight for the Central Finals for Season 2.
Isn't that just a beautiful setup there?
Oh, yeah.
Colorado Springs.
See that RGB lighting? Woo.
Yeah. Anybody watching from Colorado Springs, if you guys aren't there now, you are going to want to get in and sign up. Remember, Late Night League is happening every Monday night, starting with our ARAM tournament at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. And make sure to get into that location if you want to play, as well as our other locations. But Draco Ham's in trouble. Top lane going to get dove. No ultimate available at that time, and that means he will go down. But Asian imports responding with a play of their own. They're going to secure the Cloud Drake here. pretty trivial for them. Gen Fusion, Spikey's in trouble. There's the Lee Sin
Bye,
going in. The
Spikey.
Super Mega Death Rocket will miss, but it won't matter. The kill to Boomba Beast.
Yeah, Boomba right now are going to be able to take some kills back and forth for themselves, as we do see Bear King pop the Predator.
Gen Fusion, he's trying to get away from this corner. Bear King in pretty far, but he's pretty quick little Scorpion trying to escape from Boomba Beast. Last cone won't even take it. Flashes back in. Bear King, he's looking for the help from more. Gen Fusion in a little too aggressive. That's two. Harper has to run. Can he escape? Morshoes gonna look for the scat of the week. Forces out the flash from the Jinx. And the response from Asian Imports ties up the kills and gives him a minor gold lead. Kenazito as well, pushing bot lane, looking to take down some plates and put some more gold into Asian Imports' pockets.
Yep, but the first tower does go down. Boomba able to take that one for themselves. All 5 turret platings going over to this Volibear right now, but I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. Once again, we got to stress that Kayle, no matter how behind she is, she's still going to be a prevalent threat if she's able to get the level 11 so far. She's not too behind in CS. She's just behind in kills.
Harper here doing his best to defend this tower. 4 plates down. That's so much gold early into Kenazito on this Sivir, who is just looking to scale up, has built a bit of a CS lead, and adding those plates into his pocket means that this Sivir is just going to hit those power points that much quicker. Looking to finish an Infinity Edge first. Has the item advantage so far with the pickaxe to just the BF sword for Harper, though. Do have to mention Harper does have the Berserker Greaves, giving him a little extra attack speed there. Gen Fusion going to clear out some vision. Both of these teams possibly looking to set up around the Rift Herald here. Booba Bear trying to kind of zone away Asian Imports, but he's going to have to fight a 2v1 here. Gen Fusion here a little late.
Now.
Yeah, Bear King's in trouble. Good ultimate from the Kayle, and Gen Fusion will back away.
3v2.
Good scout of the week for Morshoes. Gets 2. Gen Fusion trying to escape, but it won't be enough. The Electrocute finishes it for Morshoes.
A little bit of a greed there. Oh, nice
Ooh,
bubble.
the bubble, the wave. Can they finish it off? No. There's the Life Disintegration Ray. Jinx will fall, but one traded back. Now they're in top lane. Good stun from Morshoes. Boomba Bear trying to sustain, but it won't be enough. A kill to the Syndra.
Yeah, a lot of action happening all back and forth from the map. We saw 1-for-1 trade happening in the bot side, but the more important issue that we want to take a part in is over in the top side. That was a 2-for-0 coming out, and Draco, once again, being able to be a part of the skills. He teleports to the bot side, but
Asian Imports all across the map. Boomba time trying to escape. Looks like Boomba is gonna... he's going to get out of there. Asian Imports guess wrong on which way the talent is going, but he's on the wrong side of the map here.
He might be going for
Draco
kill.
Ham wants. Boomba Beast is going to get
burst.
knocked back. Oh, the Vel'Koz just able to survive. Boomba time. Avoids the bubble, takes a tower shot. He's going to jump over the wall, but the finish for the Nami and the teleport in from Boomba Bear may have been a little overzealous. He munches on the Scorpion, and that's going to be a kill, so it's 1-for-1 here. Here comes Gen Fusion for the assist. It's 2v2, and Asian Imports will back away. They don't want that fight.
Yep, it looks like right now Boomba a little bit overzealous over in the topside talent. Not really too sure what he was getting there. But we do see right now Draco Chen, yo, man, he can be as behind as you'd like, but he's going to be able to do a lot of damage because he Kayle, dude. He has the exalted damage. He has the E extra on-hit bonus.
He's a superfood. What do you want?
Yeah, exactly. Like, just Kayle things, you know?
Just Kayle things.
Oh, I go all for a lane, but I look to get a lot of damage, and I kill enemy team. Look at that.
I right-click and I win.
I right-click and I win, and I also have an empowered auto-attack. Kayle right now, definitely the champion to look at 9.6. As right now, the rest of Boomba, I don't think they're too swayed by it. You got to keep in mind, that is a Boomba Bear with 5-2-0. Has been able to quell the Kayle before, but may struggle a little bit as Draco continues to get back in the game as Harper gets a turret for himself.
Yeah, Asian Imports not responding bottom lane. That's a free tower for Harper's Jinx. They're looking to push mid, but the response from Boomba will mean that this does not go down very quickly. Morshoes able to avoid a little bit of poke from
45.
Boomba Beast as he's trying to throw as many abilities over the wall, trying to chunk through the Cinder's health bar, but isn't going to be successful yet. Bear King possibly looking for the ultimate, is going to get caught, but able to shield through a lot of that damage, and possibly looking for control around this Drake that will spawn here in just a few seconds. Getting some vision in the area, but they're spotted out by Boomba. This is an Infernal, so we're going to see some action around this. Asian Imports isn't going to want to give this up for free. We've got both teams here in full force. Kenazito looking to get out some early damage, backing away from Boomba time. Nobody has started the Drake yet. Bear King wants in with the Predator, but isn't going to go any further. Good scout of the week there from the Syndra. They're looking for more. He is going to catch out the Talon, and down he goes. Good disintegration rate, but that's still the double kill for the Syndra. Kenazito looking to fire away. Harper backing away. Boomba Beast is so low. Boomba Bear looking for Spiky. The Bear wants some fish, but he's not going to get it. That's a kill. A third for the Syndra. Boomba Beast, the only member of Boomba alive, and here comes Bear King. The flash away will keep the Void Monster alive. Spiky, flash, Tidecaller's Blessing, and the shutdown as he takes down Boomba Beast.
Yep, that's going to be the Boombas going boom there as Asian Imports able to get a fight. They didn't even need to KO there as once again Dracoham gets taken down really, really early, but the rest of the Asian Imports there to kind of just play the game their way. As I do want to give an update on the build so far from the KO, we are going to be looking at potentially a Bladed Rune King. It's going to be this on-hit KO that a lot of plural players have been trying to see. Bladed Rune King doing wonders on KO. As another thing we have to look at is more shoes, 7-1-3 under Syndra, having a really good game.
Ooh, Boomba time. Possibly looking to sneak in there and grab some members of Asian Imports as they look to back, but isn't gonna get in. Asian Imports being vigilant. Oh, they're now backing another tower. Boomba time. So close, looking for something there, but isn't gonna find any of the Asian Imports members. But they're gonna turn back to the Rift Herald. Should be an easy secure.
Oh, not the Baron.
Not yet. Close.
I was close.
Free Rift Herald essentially though for Boomba, so they already have the lead in towers up 2-1, and this could assist in that. We'll see who they put it on and try to put in the side lane. Boomba Bear doesn't have his teleport right now. Okay, Gen Fusion is going to take it, so makes a lot of sense. Put it on the jungler. He's going to be moving around the map and can make the decision on where they want to put that pressure. But in the mid lane, the defense from Asian Imports, they're looking to take down Gen Fusion. Wow, he just walks right in front of Asian Imports and loses 2/3 of his health.
That's a lot of damage. Back to you, JC.
Thank you, Freak. And back to the game. Boomba Beast and Harper trying to defend this tier 1 tower that's very low, and Gen Fusion just trying to sustain up a little bit. He hasn't had the greatest of early games as well. 0-4-3, you know, participating in 1 out of every 3 kills for Boomba, but those 4 deaths not helping him out much there in the gold department as he's just finished his jungle item and Merc treads. Oh, not quick enough. Boomba Beast gets caught by the Scorpion, and he's going to get stung and taken down. And here comes Asian Imports. They already took the mid lane tier 1. They want more.
Yep, that's going to be the Bear Trap attaching the Beast there, as we do see right now in the mini-map.
Okay, he's going to back.
Leeson maybe going for a flank, but yeah, just going to back instead as this mid lane push is going to continue here. Got to remember it's a 5v4, and also that's an Exalted KO. She's transcended to her a level 11-4. She's now a ranged champion, and she's now a threat. You have to be really careful to see what this KO can do.
Dracoham, 0-5-6, not the sexy score line that you want to see, but knows that he just has to buy his time, understands that you get to that late game and the KO can become a menace. Yep, looks like Boomba Time wants to go for the flank. Gen Fusion not getting towards that backline yet, so he's not looking for the kick into his team to start here. Bear King trying to zone away anybody looking for the flank here, looking to spot them out. Gonna get poked a little bit by Boomba Beast, but gonna clear out some vision. Oh, Scout of the Week nearly hitting Harper there as Moreshoes knows the target that he wants.
Yep. We do see right now in the main map, Boomba still trying to look for a flank here, and believe it or not, this is still one of the more tamed finals we've seen so far, you know. Past couple games we've seen just nothing but bloodbaths between these teams, so right now it's all about the macro game here. And Asian Imports right now has been able to successfully stall this game to get Dracoham ahead, and once again, that's one of the win conditions you're looking at for this Asian Import squad.
And I love the fact that we have a game that's still at over 1 combined kills per minute, and this is our most tame game.
Yeah.
So we're still getting consistent kills, but it's just been so crazy throughout tonight that we're at 25 kills in 21 minutes, and this is very tame by tonight's standard. Asian Imports do take that tier 2 and get a little pressure onto the inhibitor tower now with Baron live. We'll have to see if they want to pressure that objective early. It's certainly risky.
Honestly, though, I think they could definitely go for it because they do have the team fighter prowess. They've been looking for all game so far, but no, it looks like they're just going to go for an easy objective to top tower here, the outer circle into Summoner's Rift. There's only one tower left to the break if you're on the side of Asian Imports into top side, but so is Moomba as they look for a pick.
Yeah, they're going to grab Boomba Bear here, whether Asian Imports recognized it or not.
He's so fast!
Oh, that is Bear King. Zoom, going to the top lane, and that's a kill for more shoes. Even if, I don't know if Asian Imports realized it or not, but they had complete vision control around Boomba's red side of the map and around the Baron, so they set up a bit of a brush camp, are able to take down Boomba Bear. Now we'll have to see if they threaten the Baron. The Rift Herald in mid will mean that they have to respect this push. We'll have to see if they can take it down before it charges and tries to take down their tier 1 here. Bear King is here with Spiky. Boomba Beast just putting out some poke. Kenazito is here to try and take it down. Harper looking for the push. Boomba Time's here for some poke. But up top side, some push coming out from Draco Ham gets a tower for Asian Imports. Shelly's going to get the charge. There's a Super Mega Death Rocket. Kenazito forced the flash away from the Vel'Koz, so that will mean a third tower for Boomba, and Shelly's going to get the charge on the tier 2. Do they stay long enough? Looks like Boomba wants to back away. They're content to go for this Mountain Drake that has spawned. 23-minute mark would
Predator?
be their first elemental. Bear King wants more. Boomba Beast is so low. The ult isn't available for Bear King, though. The most he can get is a stun.
All right, well, that is going to be Predator being popped just to create some pressure. They want to see if they can get this Mountain Drake. Once again, they do have 2 Drakes out of 3 so far. This Mountain Drake would definitely help them out a little bit. Looks like Boomba may be realizing that a fight may be coming out, so we're going to be coming in from KO. Let's see what's happening.
Boomba Bear has teleport available, but he hasn't channeled it yet, so he will be late for this fight if he even comes. That's the ultimate. The Lee Sin down, and Jin Fusion drops. That's no smite. Knocked up his Harper. He's going to drop. The Mountain Drake goes over. The kill for Draco Ham, and the double on the Kale. Here we go, folks. The Kale is online.
Yep, the Kale is a champion now, and now looks like Asian Imports are looking to respond over into mid lane as Talon able to get the tower for himself, but is going to be losing about 2 kills from his team, unfortunately. But Asian Imports aren't giving up the chase. Boomba Time may have overstayed his welcome.
He's going to activate the ultimate, try and get away to the safety of his top laner. Boomba Bear is here as well. But they're getting collapsed on. This is a 3v2. Oh, the splash stun.
Beautiful.
Boomba Bear not going to get away. The Kale finishing that off. Now Boomba Bear is getting shredded by the double blades of Draco Ham, and the kill goes to Bear King.
Yep, and now that's just going to be giving them an excuse to get this Baron here for themselves. 3v5 situation so far. They're going to be looking to start it. They have the damage to do it. They can definitely do it. And there is no vision on the map. Asian Imports definitely have this one on lock.
Yep, they're going to start to shred through Baron. It's at half health and below. The response is here from Boomba, but can they do enough? Oh, they just juke out
Jin
there.
Fusion.
Oh, Super Mega.
No, he gets the
steal! Lee Sin gets in Jin Fusion with the smite steal. The kill goes back, but worth for Boomba.
Boomba are still in this game. It doesn't matter how transcendent your KO becomes. That's going to be Jin Fusion stealing the Baron from Boomba, and Boomba are still looking a way to boom their way to victory.
Boom, boom, boom. Boomba still in this game. Taking that Baron just keeps them in this for so much longer. They're at quite a significant gold deficit, down over 6,000 gold, but that Baron is going to allow them to try and pick up some of the gold still on the map, maybe to look to push down a couple more towers and just control this game, continue to come back into it. Harper can become a threat, sitting on 2 items, has the IE and the Runaan's Hurricane, looking to try and close the gap a bit with Kenazito. Boomba Time has been a threat at moments in this game, but hasn't been able to quite find his fight. So the 13 kill lead for Asian Imports certainly has shown up through this game as they have dominated a lot of fights, but that Baron will buy some time for Boomba to get back in the central final.
Unfortunately for Boomba, though, there is a lot of wave clear on the side of Asian Imports as Boomba Beast almost gets taken down. Doesn't really matter, you have the Baron. They are able to stall for a little bit, But see, you look at the side of Asian players, they're still being able to push even with the Baron buff on the members of Boomba. And Boomba time could be going down.
Oh, the Scout of the Week just misses there. Boomba time going to be able to escape jumping over the wall, but here comes Harper. He wants to respond. Jin Fusion going to get in. The kick onto more shoes, and the Super Mega Death Rocket will just be blocked by Kenazito. More shoes able to escape there, and Asian Imports, they may just seem they're too strong.
They could definitely go to this fight, honestly. You know, Bear King has all the tools he has. He has the Predator, Righteous Glory, and the Predator, and the Impale. He could definitely just run in right now and punish the low health bars of Boomba, but I guess Asian Imports, can they be playing it safe? If they misplay one fight, they could be losing a lot more, especially thanks to that Baron buff.
Yeah, the one thing Bear King is thinking about right now is he doesn't have the flash available, so it's a little more risky if he gets caught. And there he is right there, stepping in with no vision. He's going to fall. A kill for Harper there, but Harper's going to get caught. There's the ult, and down he goes. Kenazito going to grab the kill. Now Boomba Bear wants to get onto More Shoes. Where's the rest of the team? Good wave will actually buy some space for More Shoes. Jin Fusion is solo. Good Scout of the Week lands on 3. The kill's not going to come through, but still More Shoes forces them away. Looking for Boomba Beast. Finishes the support. That's 2 kills for Asian Imports. They're going to win that one 2-1 and look to continue to push.
Harper going down early on that fight there, which is not good, but More Shoes in trouble.
Oh, Boomba time. Not enough. The damage from Kenazito finishes that off. Boomba Bear's going to get the flip, but it won't be enough. The Bear's going to fall at Kenazito with his 5th kill. A perfect game so far from the Sivir.
Yep, Asian Imports are going to be looking to crack open the base of Boomba here. A fight going off really, really well for the Asian Imports, especially thanks to that pick onto Harper over at the start of that fight. And that will mean Boomba are going to have to deal with a super minion wave. They no longer have the Baron buff to help stall out the game a little bit more. This is continuing to be a little bit more tragic on the side of Boomba. They got the steal, but unfortunately they're not able to find a way back into this game just yet. They're still down 9k gold, and they still have to deal with the amount of carries on the side of Asian Imports. The More Shoes, Kenzinito, and heck, even the KO, who is now about to hit level 16, 2 levels away. Oh, Jin Fusion in trouble.
Yeah, flashes away from Bear King, but it's not going to be enough. There's the Impale, and down goes the Lee Sin. Another kill to Kenazito, and here comes Asian Imports pushing bot lane. This bot tier 2 looking to fall, but Boomba time coming in, trying to get into the back lane. Great damage from the ultimate. He takes out More Shoes. That's what they needed. Super Mega Death Rocket will not finish anybody off. Kenazito really low though. Here comes Boomba Bear. He's got to be able to run away. He's going to get munched.
Where's the heal? Where's the heal?
It's not enough to heal from the the Nami, but the kill still traded back. That's 2 more for Boomba. Bear King has to run away. So that's actually a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Boomba. They get a fight to get themselves a little closer into this game.
Oh, and they get the shutdown, but you see the pings right now. This is going to be the stall. Bear King are just trying to stall for time, so the Asian Force can pull a little bit more, but not going to be enough here as Draco Ham going to be able to just get the top turret for himself.
So this means an Infernal Drake going over to Boomba. They get a 4th kill there as Bear King goes in, wants to finish off Boomba Beast, but the barrier will keep him alive, and the crowd control is enough to keep Bear King off of the support and help secure the kill for Boomba. Now closing that gap a little bit. It was near 10,000 gold a moment ago, now down to less than 6,000. So Boomba clawing their way back in this game. They are by no means out of this, but they definitely have a steep hill to climb.
The shutdown gold they have gotten for themselves definitely does help them quite a bit here from themselves too. Being able to take down More Shoes and Kenzinito, who has been claiming a bounty for quite a while now. It's going to be pretty huge here for Boomba's comeback, especially since they do have a hyper scary carry like Kale. Sorry, Jinx is not Kale. I'm sorry. But you still got to realize...
Kale is the hyper carry,
yeah,
okay.
Kale is the sole hyper carry right now because Draco Ham was not present in this fight. He is almost done with his on-hit build. He has to Nash to... Oh,
oh no, Jin Fusion going to get punished trying to take the Spire. He will take a gray screen as the kill goes to Kenazito. Baron is on the table, up in 8 seconds. No smite for 35 for Boomba. Almost an easy secure here for Asian Imports. Boomba can respond, and they got the steal once. Granted, it was with the smite, but can they get one here? Super Mega Death Rocket is available for Harper. We've seen that steal before, but the Baron just shreds so fast, and that will be the Baron for Asian Imports.
And there's only 1 level left until Draco Ham becomes the Beast Incarnate. until he is becoming the threat that no one wants to deal with. The level 16 transcended, fully exalted, on-hit KO build will come fully online, JC, and the end is nigh for Boomba if they're not able to shut this KO down. But the push is coming in from Asian Imports. Let's see what Boomba does to respond.
Dracoham may not be the hero that Asian Imports deserved, but he is the hero that they need right now. He's pressuring in mid and has rotated back up top as it looks like Asian Imports wants to threaten this top inhibitor. Super Minion spilling into the base in mid lane. Spiky going to get deleted here by Boomba time. So this is the 5v4. Is this the time? Dracoham ultimate goes out and the Super Mega Death Rocket misses, but it's still the 5v4. And with Jin Fusion alive, they do have the advantage here. More shoes.
There's
Can
the
get the scatter the weeks. Level 16 is up. Here comes Boomba time.
Base is falling apart for Boomba, but they have to fight now.
Fusion with the kick on the Bear King, but he just gets popped as Kenacito grabs the kill. Now they're looking for Boomba Bear. The Bear trying to run away. He's going to get impaled and shredded by Dracoham. Boomba time has to jump away. But can he escape? He's just going to get zoned away from his own base as Asian Imports will just take apart the structures. Kenazito there, free firing onto the Nexus along with Dracoham, and Asian Imports on the back of a stellar performance from Kenazito and a comeback play from Dracoham will take your Central Finals here in Week 1 of Late Night League.
All right, so help me out on this puzzle here. I know if you can see it right now.
I'm not good at puzzles.
But this is a term, it's a 3-letter word, and it's something you do to KO when she's up in open and champion select. What do you think is the answer here?
Ban. Yeah, ban.
Ban KO!
Okay, cool.
Wow! That whole entire game, I would say, although I would say the Syndra and the Sivir playing out fantastically that whole entire series, the fact that Dracoham, even though had a pretty unfortunate early game, just is able to kind of just pop off and come out of control in the finals here over in the central region for Esports Arena. But as we do see in our screen right now, the Asian Imports, they have to feel really good coming out on top on that game. And they have to feel really good about their victory over Boomba in the Week 1 Colorado Springs finals as, hey, what's up, man?
Congratulations to Asian Imports on their big victory. Wave high to the camera, guys. You definitely deserve a little bit of recognition there after an impressive performance there. And have to say, Dracoham getting, just crushed in the early game, dominated in the laning phase. Boomba Bear was just manhandling that matchup, had the 2 solo kills, even able to get a kill, the 3rd kill back in that 2v1 fight top when the Skarner was able to get up to top lane, but just holding on, understanding even if I get behind in early game, I can hit those spikes. My team is going to pick me up. Kenazito, a great performance on the Sivir, only a single death, participating in kills and plays all across the map. So a great job from Asian Imports understanding if the KO gets behind, it's okay. We've got the strengths on the other parts of the map to pick Dracoham up when he's down, and he will help us out then once we get to the mid and late game to push us to a victory.
Yep, most definitely. And all of that action happening in the central region is not going to finish tonight just yet. We have one more finals to go. The Western Finals here is going to be covered over here in Orange County by the Esports Arena from me and JC. A lot of action coming our way. We're not done just yet, but stay tuned for some more Late Night League as we will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Esports Arena Orange County. JC Asa McDonough and Elton XT Mock here to bring you the final game of the day. We are in week 1 of Late Night League Season 2, and we're bringing you the Western Region Finals here to end the night.
Oh yeah, we cannot wait to end it all here tonight after we saw the Asian Imports take down the Boom.
I know you keep wanting to add like Boomba Squad. I know.
After Asian Imports taking down Boomba over in the Central Finals, we're here in the Western Finals where I believe Fruitlings are going to be taking down to 5 wards, or looking to take down to 5 wards. We got an interesting team comps here. That is not a Nasus mid. It's just out of order.
Yeah, we've got 5 wards and a dream against Fruitling and the E-Boys here. 5 wards and a dream on the blue side. And we actually saw some of these members earlier in our ARAM game playing for Spokane. So on sleep mode, Angelmon as well as Whitehorse we actually saw at the start of our broadcast tonight. So great to see them now here in the Summoner's Rift tournament. And again, Fruitling and the E-Boys on the red side here. As we kick things off, let's start by breaking down what we see from these team compositions.
Yep.
You already mentioned the Nasus. Talk to me about 5 wards and a dream.
Hey, by the way, shout outs to our observer for helping us restructure the champion selects there. So I don't know if you can see us, but we appreciate you. And right now, one thing I do want to talk about is this Nasus pick here to kind of punish the passive laning phase from this Nautilus in the top lane here. Definitely going to be something we have to really watch out for. Attila the Hungry going to be looking to scale up, and not as prominent and terrifying as a hyper-scaling champion like the Jinx or heck, maybe even the KO, but Nasus, if left untouched, will be a menace to deal with, so hopefully we see some pressure up in the top lane. But over on the rest of the map, it's just looking to be a little bit snowball. We do see the Vladimir. We've seen him pop off here and there before, but also on the other side, the Kindred and Lucian. Definitely going to be the focuses for both teams here, but both teams are definitely looking to play some different play styles here. 5 wards in the Dream are more or less looking to play 4 wards in the bottom side and 1 ward pushing up the top side, the split push composition that we talked about earlier in the game, or earlier in the day, JC. While Fruitling and the E-Boys are looking to do a full 5-man team fight to kind of close things on out. We have to definitely see on how the West Finals are definitely going to play out.
Yeah, Whitehorse, we'll see him on a little less aggressive of a pick in this game than we saw him earlier today. If you remember from our first game of the broadcast, we saw Whitehorse on that Kha'Zix that was popping off on Howling Abyss. Wasn't able to get the win there, but still an interesting performance from the 5 wards and a dream AD carry there. I find it interesting that you talk about this Nasus and Nautilus matchup here, as Nautilus typically is someone who he can trade fairly well in those early levels, especially once he gets to level 6 and gets access to the depth charge. But it doesn't really feel like he's something that can punish Attila the Hungry enough in the laning phase, get his stacks down. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do there. But on sleep mode does get topside first.
No flag and drag.
Yeah,
interesting.
Doesn't land that. E-Boy Whisperer will be able to get the hook or the anchor toss away from the fight. Death Sentence will miss from to Jeanette there, and Whitehorse going to be safe to continue to throw out some poke.
Whitehorse on to Ezreal once again. We've seen Ezreal pop up here and there, and that's because he has a lot of safety on this champion. Arcane Shift definitely playing a huge reason why, along with the Mystic Shots, applying some on-hit damage, but also because he is very gold efficient with his build. Only needs about 5,400 gold to get his Iceborne Gauntlet and Monty Moon core, and it can kind of just go off wherever he wants from there. You know, we've seen a lot of pro players go for the Luden Echo Sork boots to get that hybrid damage, but we've even seen some classic ADs.
Bomb Voyage, forcing the flash out of Painbringer. He's going to flash in return, but isn't able to finish off the kill. So just Summoner Spells traded there in the mid lane, but the aggression from the Xerath nearly taking down Painbringer.
That's so rare to see. A Xerath being able to outtrade and force the flash from the Vladimir in the early game. That's really going to help out Bomb Voyage a little bit. So he is able to stay in the lane a little bit more. But not having that flash may hurt him a little bit if he's not careful, especially look at his position. He's very, very up front in the mid lane, and it's very vulnerable to a gank if not careful. Look at the mini-map.
So on sleep mode is actually going to go mid, possibly trying to catch up Bon Voyage, who was low on mana. He's floating around that lane, maybe looking to get something going. He's going to come in now. Isn't going to get the flag and drag there. Bon Voyage, low on mana, will just be able to walk away from that gank. And E-Boy Whisper actually able to pretty freely push top lane, force Attila the Hungry back towards his tower and back to base. Should even be able to walk back without losing any minions. We'll see if he decides to teleport. He's waiting. Looks like he's waiting for a buy. Yeah, he's going to get the Bomby Cinder, so just waiting to get that item. Oh, Flag and Drag will land this time, but Bon Voyage close enough to his tower. Here comes Bet's Net trying to get in on a Painbringer who is still low on health. Can't stay long enough in this trade, and that will be the Kindred forcing on sleep mode back towards his own jungle.
Man, it's just so weird not to see First Blood in like the first 6 minutes of the game. West Finals, I feel like
this is so boring, gosh.
Yeah, I feel like the day has definitely went from like extremely hype back and forth game to like calculated, close, macro-based gameplay. And hey, League of Legends is a game that can take on many faces, JFC. And I, for one, am welcoming our new macro-based overlords here, as we are looking to see on which lane is going to crack first. And my bet is definitely going to be on the bot side, as right now we do see 2G Net still trying to make those hooks happen, but hasn't been successful so far. But it's pretty neck and neck and very even in the bot side. I think that's where most of the action is going to take place.
Yeah, and I joke about it being boring. I honestly kind of love these games where you don't get a ton of kills early because you feel like that tension really starts to build. These teams start to get that power, and you feel like that first fight can really bust the game open. So these low kill games early can accelerate really quickly when these teams start to get going. So we'll have to see how this game pans out. We've got about 1,000 gold lead here for Fruitling and the E-Boys, as they have built CS leads in a few lanes. Not too big, but E-Boy Whisper actually doing solid top lane, looking for the kill here. The ultimate comes out from the NASA, so Attila the Hungry will survive there, but he's struggling in this lane matchup against the Nautilus.
All right, JC, I take back everything I said. I thought Nautilus was going to be playing more of the Riptide game, just press E and just pushed away from there.
Yeah.
But E-Boy Whisper has other ideas. It's going to get into the ear of Attila the Hungry and say, hey, man, I'm coming for your kill. I'm coming for that first plus. The hook is going to land.
Yeah, Tujane is going to get the flay as well onto Whitehorse. Good damage there. The culling from El Pollo Lolo isn't going to finish off any kills, but it does help secure a tower plate there. E-Boy Whisper going with a little, hey, little mama, let me whisper in your ear.
Oh, my God.
Painbringer, oh, the Comet finishes it off. First blood there for Bon Voyage.
E-Boy Whisper.
Yeah, trying to escape here on sleep mode. Can look for another flag and drag. He isn't going to get away. Seems like he oh, the flash in place. E-Boy Whisperer way too late trying to escape, and he gets punished in the top lane.
Oh, man, you hate to see it happen, but hey, that's going to be the miss flash there from E-Boy Whisper. Is going to take a little bit of damage there, but we saw the first blood coming out from Bon Voyage as he shouted using his ultimate. But
Tujane, with the predictive death sense, Whitehorse goes down, and Tujane with the beautiful crowd control sets up the kill. Now they're looking for the dive. Angelmon is here, and he will ooh-woo, no more double kill there for Bet's Net. Good ultimate to keep Tujane alive, and that will be more tower plates for Fruitling and the E-Boys.
Tujane, what an amazing hook you just had there, buddy, as he was able to take down Whitehorse and Angelmon with a fell hook. The depth senses to start things off, and the first tower maybe take it down here. 4 turret planes down. Let's see if they get the last one.
They have 2 minions left. It's not going to fall.
Nope.
But that's still 4 tower plates there to Fruitling and the E-Boys as they grow that gold lead, now up over 3,000 gold. So a great start here for the team on the red side as 5 Words in a Dream in an early deficit, looking to get things coming back. The Vladimir, who throughout the night when we've seen it has looked very, very potent, is struggling in this lane matchup against Bon Voyage on the Xerath, and Attila the Hungry forced the flash away as E-Boy Whisperer continues to dominate this lane.
Yeah, it looks like right now Attila the Hungry maybe struggling a little bit in the top lane matchup. We thought, or I thought, oh,
into mid lane on sleep mode is not going to let Bon Voyage run away with this matchup. Here it comes, Tujane trying to save
one more
his
Q
mid
should do
laner.
it.
The barrier,
See
he's
ya.
burning the kill. Painbringer grabs it with the ignite.
Yep, and that is going to be the Hemoplague to help set things up too. That's what you want from on sleep mode, constantly applying the pressure with the J4. Able to set up games very, very well, have a healthy clear, and call it a day. On sleep mode right now has to feel really good as the rest of the map, they are living a little bit of hurt, especially in that top side. But hey, thankfully, Evil Whisper not playing Irelia. We aren't going to be seeing a not. Imagine if Nautilus had the kid of Irelia, dude. Like literally just zipping around the map, this giant like anchor man, just like.
He's just got his anchor toss on like a 3-second cooldown. He's just zooming
like,
down the walls.
His ultimate is like a giant like. Dude, actually, it would be so cool if you reworked Nautilus to be more like Irelia. That'd be scary as hell.
Just give me an Aurelia skin themed around Nautilus. Give me some anchors, some kind of gritty deep sea aesthetic.
Deep water Irelia,
yeah,
dude.
that would be really cool. I'm about it. Well, you know, Riot, if you're watching, of course you're watching. Can we get that done? I need that skin. I'll buy it. Take my money.
But the plot twist is that instead of Irelia's having a bunch of anchors, a bunch of Nautiluses floating. So
okay.
just tiny little Nautiluses just be like, hey, I'm here. Ah!
Well, back to the game here. Fruitling and the E-Boys still solidly in control of this early game as El Pollo Lolo is going to throw out the culling there. They want to take this tower.
They're going to
get
it.
Pretty trivial at this point. Now do they go for the fight? Tujane, there's
nice
the death sentence, but here comes on sleep mode. They are not going to be able to take down Angel Mod. The Wild Growth will keep him alive. Now El Pollo Lolo able to avoid the Mystic Shot. Good flash from Tujane will get out of the Cataclysm, and the chase will not be enough here. Good death sentence. They're trying to catch on sleep mode. He's not going to drag away the shield just enough to keep him alive as Whitehorse continues to throw out poke. E-Boy Whisper, he's got a full mana bar, and he's got a bone to pick with this Doge top lane. Ult coming out from Attila the Hungry. He wants to come back. E-Boy Whisper backing away. He doesn't have any assistant this time, so it's just the 1v1, and Nasus is starting to stack up. E-Boy Whisper's got to be careful.
A lot of action on the bot side too, though.
Yeah, they are fighting. Angel Mon's going to go down. El Pollo Lolo able to grab that kill. Painbringer trying to run away. Betsnet is looking for this kill. He's burning from the red buff. He's going to get taken down by the Kindred. And Fruitling and the E-Boys continue to control this game.
Hey, do you know how to counter a Nasus?
Kill him.
Oh, that's one way to do it. But if you can't get the Nasus, you could just take out everyone else in this team too.
Yeah.
That's like the split push counter 101. If you take down the rest of the enemy team, not the Nautilus, it makes the Nautilus not able to split push as effectively as you thought. You know, that's what we did see earlier from game number 1 earlier today. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it was the Asian import? No, not the Asian import. It was the Yorick.
Yes.
Was it Asian imports?
Yeah.
It was something. It was
You're really testing my memory here, but I believe it was with a different top laner. But yeah, I believe it was.
Yeah, different top laner, the Asian imports.
He went 0-4 and 6 on the Yorick, but it was still a threat in the side lane, which was huge.
Yeah, and that's what you would like to see. You need your bottom side of the map playing very well, and the top side of the map doesn't matter if they're ahead or behind. They're still able to have a lot of pressure going for them, but unfortunately, the bottom side of the map is pretty damn behind at the moment. 4-5 wards in a dream, and they are suffering quite a little bit. This bottom side of the map for Fruitling and the Ink Boys are just looking to take this game over as much as they can. And we will have to definitely see on how much farther Fruitling and the E-Boys can continue to push the lead, but they are looking at their second dragon of the game.
True Shot Barrage nearly stealing the Infernal Drake there, but it is going to be secured by the Fruitling and the E-Boys bottom lane. Here comes Betsnet. He's going to get the smite, taking the Rift Herald. He will die for his efforts, but getting the Rift Herald and the Eye of the Herald is so worth there. If I'm Betsnet, you've got the lead already, and now you can just continue to build on that with some more pressure on the map.
He's got the Eye of the Herald, and he's looking to play as Fruitling and the E-Boys don't basically lose anything at all, getting the Dragon, getting the Rift Herald, and now they're looking to continue to push for that win here. As it looks like the rest of the map for 5 wards in a dream are continuing to struggle here. And we'll have to really wait and see on how this is going to affect Fruitling and the E-Boys in the end here, if they can continue to push for that win here with their composition as it continues to scale on up.
If I'm E-Boy Whisperer, I I would love to fight Attila the Hungry right now. The Nasus, essentially no mana, enough for a couple of Qs here, but Boy Whisper isn't too worried about that, and he's got his bot lane coming in support, so he's going to push here, possibly look for a dive. It's obviously risky when the Nasus has his ultimate available, but they still can look for something here.
But it's 3 people into top side right now. This top lane is going to be going down. Demolish is going to be doing a little bit of damage, but immediately taken down by the True Shot Barrage. But
oh, Attila the Hungry able to avoid one hook. He won't escape the other. The culling finishes it off. Here comes the death charge. Flash isn't going to save you from that CC on sleep mode. And here comes the Nautilus. He wants the hook. Can he get it? He won't. He'll hit the minion, and now we're down to bot lane. Betsnet wants to take down Painbringer as the tower falls topside. Hemoplague will land onto Betsnet. Can he get the kill, though? He's looking to chase down Painbringer. You can't step out of vision of the Kindred, and that's going to be the kill for Betsnet. Another death sentence from Tujane. Will miss, but they're continuing to pressure bot. Looks like they'll try to clear out some of the vision in camps around 5 wards in a Dream's blue buff, and pressure all across the map from Fruitling and the E-Boys.
Yep, Fruitling and the E-Boys right now are really proving to be an issue at the moment. They are just not stopping with their control over the game here, and they are amassing an 8K gold lead. All their members are ahead at the moment, and they are not letting a single breath of air being taken by 5 wards of the Dream. On Sleep while trying to get the kill.
Oh my goodness, the burst from the Kindred. On Sleep mode looks at his health bar and says, I can take care of that, but the Kindred will not be trifled with. I have to make an interesting note about this game. We talked last game about kind of having the calmest game we've had so far, and while the interesting thing about this game is it's fairly lower kills. We're less than a combined kill per minute in this game so far, but it's felt like the fastest game we've had so far because the pace has been pushed so heavily by Fruitling.
Not only the fastest, but also I would say the most one-sided. I mean, aside from the time where we had the Korean imports have one carry the whole entire time, Korean Banana, this is the whole entire team playing very, very well. Fruitling and the E-Boys are just kind of proving themselves to be a very dominant force right now in the West, and 5 wards in the Dream are struggling a little bit, or not really a little bit, are struggling a lot against this team right now.
You want to talk about those macro overlords. Bow down to Fruitling and the E-Boys. They have dominated the map so far in this game, continuing to rotate, find the right plays. They've controlled the neutral objectives. They've got both of the Elemental Drakes as well as the Rift Herald. Now 5 towers to 0 as they continue to clear out vision and just create more pockets for them to get in and make some plays. They are just continually shrinking the map for 5 wards in a Dream. I mean, at this point, 5 wards in a Dream may only have 5 wards on the map, and that is nowhere near enough to feel safe to move around when Fruitling and the E-Boys are out for blood at any moment. Near a 10,000 gold lead at this point. El Pollo Lolo 2-0-1, looking to finish his second item here soon, and the Lucian has looked good. Big game from Betsnet on the Kindred, and they're looking for their next opportunity. Attila the Hungry gonna get caught out here. The bait with the missed death sentence. No, Tujane just gonna back away.
Nah, doesn't want to go for it.
Nope. It wasn't a flash. It was just the dash from the Lucian into the wall, so it's okay. It's okay.
Just face planting into wall casually.
That death
nice
sentence will land on sleep mode. Gonna get flayed back in and taken down. Bomb Voyage with the kill, and the True Shot Barrage will do nothing as it just flies between the goalposts. And now Fruitling and the E-Boys looking for their next neutral objective. Drake is up in 4 seconds. Baron up in under a minute and a half. It will be a second mountain. So you want to talk about accelerating the pace of this game. Double mountain is going to make it a lot easier for Fruitling and the E-Boys to take down the Baron as well as more towers.
Bro, I don't even know if this game's getting accelerated. They're already at a 10K gold lead.
Can you go any faster?
Yeah, they're already at Mach speed at like Mach 5 or something. Can he even go even further beyond that? Like, I don't even know. 5 wards in a Dream right now, they're just in a very, very uphill battle, and they're just finding it very hard to get control of their maps. See, they're getting choked down to vision, and see you, man.
There's another death sentence on sleep mode. Can go to sleep now. The kill goes to Betsnet, the 11th for Fruitling and the E-Boys as they continue to choke out 5 wards and a Dream. They've got minions pressuring bot as they try to escort a minion wave towards the mid lane inhibitor tower, and the slow push starting in top lane, but El Pollo Lolo is going to go up there to try and get that lane working in their favor. And it looks like the next objective is Baron. Fruitling and the E-Boys starting to set up around the topside river.
Yep, and this is a very, very dominant game being shown right now by Fruitling for the E-Boys. If you notice, they're all taking safe plays, nothing risky, and they're just waiting for opportunities to just get handed to them. Like, even now, I think they're just waiting for Baron to get taken, Baron to spawn, they just take it for free, and then they just win the game off of that. They're not taking any risks, and they don't care how much Thanasis is scaling, how many items that 5 Wards in a Dream is building. They are just so in the lead right now, it doesn't even matter how much farm that either team gets. You're going to start up this Baron, and this is not looking good for 5 Wards in a Dream. They have to respond. Oh, that's a hook.
Oh, goodbye, White Horse. He's going to arc chain shift and flash away, just able to get away with 200 health. Barely escaping. Here comes the True Shot Barrage in return, but it's not going to do much in the form of taking down that Baron. Fruitling and the E-Boys onto that. They're starting to work on it, but do we see on sleep mode contesting? Looks like 5 Wards in a Dream will back away. I mean,
yep.
We saw an 18-0-2 Aurelia tonight, and I would still say this is probably some of just the, hands down, like the cleanest play we have seen in this first week.
Yeah, there's really no mistakes happening out for Fruit Leader and the E-Boys. They're just playing this game absolutely perfectly. The vision control is dominant. Being able to focus on certain objectives, the way they're splitting the pressure here, and the way they're just choking out the map right now. Like, look at this 3-2 split at the moment. Like, it's just really clean League of Legends at the moment. And in Esports Arena right now, we saw the bloodbath of the Central Finals, but over in the West, we're seeing the dominance from...
Oh, there's the death sentence.
Oh,
and down goes White Horse. 5 Wards in a Dream, looking to break the base. Another death sentence onto Attila the Hungry. Here comes Illusion. That's the double, looking for the triple, as down goes the Lulu. Here comes Fruitling and the E-Boys. The triple kill, the ace. And in your Western Finals, a dominant performance from Fruitling and the E-Boys, and they will have a sub 23-minute victory. A dominant performance here to take down 5 Wards in a Dream in week number 1.
Yep, this is just really good League of Legends being played out by Fruitling and the E-Boys to close out the night. The Lance Respite to close out the game. Only 3 kills, but they didn't lose a single neutral objective or a tower. The Fruitling and the E-Boys are going to be taking the West Finals for themselves, with the victory screen playing on all 5 of these players' screen at the moment. What a game. What a game.
Just an absolutely impressive victory there for Fruitling and the E-Boys, taking the Western Finals there over 5 Wards and a Dream. Just a dominant performance there, controlling everything all across the map. No members more than a single death. You mentioned only the 3 total, not giving up any towers, controlling all the neutral objectives between 3 Drakes, Rift Herald, and a Baron. So just absolutely suffocating 5 Wards in a Dream throughout that game.
Yep, the whole entire time. That game was just all about Fruitling and the E-Boys being able to constantly get a lot of small victories and taking that small victories, pushing it into a mile. Like, there was just really little to no mistakes happening from Fruitling and the E-Boys. And even when they did make a mistake, they almost let go of a Rift Herald. They found a way to steal it, man. It was actually insane. And that was just probably the cleanest League of Legends we've seen all night at Esports Arena over here in Orange County and over in the West Finals. A lot of awesome plays here, but all great things must come to an end, JC. And I think that was a great, calm, relaxing, fun League of Legends to see at the end to kind of close out the night, JC.
Definitely a great way to finish, and we got to see quite an array of play today. A lot of aggression, a lot of very high kill games, but transitioning to a little more controlled style. So we kind of got to see a lot of the spectrum of League of Legends play that we will see here throughout the season in Season 2 for Late Night League. We've got a lot of action ready for you guys throughout the rest of this season. Many more weeks of play, and we've got a ton of other leagues here as well. Don't forget Rocket League, Street Fighter, some Super Smash Brothers and Fortnite. Tons of different games here. So if League maybe isn't your forte, there's plenty more to choose from throughout the week. So make sure to tune in here every night during the week for more of our weekly leagues. But for myself and my good friend XT over here, everybody in the broadcast booth, for Esports Arena in Orange County. We want to thank you guys so much for joining us tonight, and we'll see you guys again next time.